And as always, this is the time where I'm going to ask everybody who's watching to please subscribe. I don't know if we are on the air right now. We probably are. Welcome everybody to the BTR stream. My name is Lev Polyakov at LevPo on Twitter. It is great to be here with everybody. We're going to be talking about virtual reality today, and we have a lot of great guests here and a lot of great guests coming up as well. Once again, please subscribe if you have not subscribed yet. With me, we have Aiden Wolf to my left, the developer of the amazing Doodle Lens. We have Jules Hamilton to my right. We've got Bane below and Aryan Cowboy right next to him. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. And I just want to first start out by introducing some of the people who are first-timers here, Aiden and Bane. So, Aiden, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got started with virtual reality? And then we'll go to Bane.
Yeah, I started in games. I used to make kind of independent projects, things like that. But I personally got interested in augmented reality because I wanted to be able to kind of express ideas and visuals inside the world. I was kind of obsessed with kind of like the soul and everything, and I wanted to use technology to highlight that and bring it out. And from there, I kind of tossed around the pond into working on different cool VR projects and AR projects, all generally centered around the idea of like connecting people together through new mediums, let's say audio or visuals. So yeah, kind of intro to me.
Excellent. And Bane.
Sure. There's a little bit of a story. So would you like me to say a bit of the longer version, or do you want me to condense it a little bit?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, just like Grandpa Simpson said.
All right, yeah, sure, no problem. So there used to be this pretty big channel on YouTube known as Unreality Journeys. And he created these videos through Janus VR. And he just like create these like virtual reality like landscapes and all of that stuff. And he would do like live streams fairly often. And in those live streams, there were always like consistent people in the chat, and I was one of them. And since we were always in his chat, he invited us into a group. And in that group, he's like, "Does anyone know like any bit of like HTML and C++?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, I know a fair bit." He's like, "Okay, well, I'm working on this project known as Janus VR. Would you like to come along?" And I said, sure, why not? And I did a little bit of freelance programming for them. And that was quite a few years back.
Nice. And let's go to Aryan Cowboy. You have something very interesting to start us out with about where we're headed in virtual reality. So I was wondering if you can talk about it.
All right. This is going to be pretty big news for all you Bitcoin investors out there. Okay, so I have some insider knowledge for you, and this is all speculation. I'm not a financial advisor, but what I will tell you is that I think that by the end of this year or the beginning of next, you're going to hear a big announcement from Epic Games and Disney and a couple other big companies that they're going to attempt to, or may already be pretty deeply invested in making this metaverse. So if you go on Google, and I'll post links in the chat as well, so Lev can put them up later. There's a ton of articles that have been coming out over the last 5 or 6 months where there's just these big sites like Forbes and all these other news sites just pushing this metaverse idea and demanding that Silicon Valley create this metaverse, this new layer to the internet. And it's just funny because they already control us enough by giving us the JavaScript butt plug and forcing us to basically interact with Web 2.0 by executing code on our own machines. And now they're going to be able to simulate all dimensions, X, Y, Z. They're going to control time and space, and that's the end game right there. But Disney and Epic have so much to gain from including all of these different corporations in this one gigantic Ready Player One hellscape. And it's just going to be interesting to see how that could influence the market, especially if the rumor's true that V-Bucks are going to be on Binance by 2021.
Oh, man.
There you go. So that's a good starting topic. I think that means a lot for VR.
What are V-Bucks, just for people who don't know?
V-Bucks are the
That's it.
currency of Fortnite, apparently. I've never played Fortnite, but I guess I should stay up to date on this kind of stuff.
I think Penguin coins, they're gonna be V-Bucks hard. Yeah, it's making a swing back. Okay.
No, I gotta disagree. Invest in Dogecoin now while you're ahead.
All three great options.
So how many properties are we talking about here? We're talking about Disney, Fortnite. Well, I guess
the only that I'm certain of at this point, and I stalk people on LinkedIn. I have like a gigantic Excel spreadsheet of, I don't know, like thousands of people in different companies, and I just follow them. And I don't like actually go and stalk their pages, but I've got like RSS feeds set up. I've got a ton of automation. I've got a good, let's put it this way, I've got a good tool chain for OSINT, and I just follow all of these guys because I'm super interested. And the little birdie said there's a meeting between HBO, Disney, and Epic at the moment, and that's happening in New York. So just keep your eyes open. I think we're going to hear something really big from them soon, because there's been lots of articles over the last month about this metaverse. Like Fortnite wants to expand it beyond just a mere game and probably include other IPs, basically.
So, like, you mean like a movie or TV show or something like that?
Oh no, well beyond that.
Oh, man.
I mean, they're instead of competing with television, they'll be competing with Urbit. Like Curtis Yarvin will be their main competitor, I think, because that's what it sounds like they really want to do, is they want to make this third life. They want to make the next Second Life. And maybe even make room for the weirdworlds.com outsiders too, because hey man, the more people you get, the better. And that's going to provide a lot of opportunities for interesting groups of people online and entryists to do some crazy stuff if there's like this corporate sanctioned metaverse VR internet. Think about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you mentioned the whole Fortnite thing, because I think it was either today or yesterday they just announced that it was coming out of early access. So I'm not entirely sure what that implies, but it probably has some connection to what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see, because I don't think they're just going to go for VR with this Fortnite metaverse. I think they're going to have a client for people that don't have VR headsets, but they're definitely going to try to get more people on VR, especially if they get a partnership with someone like Oculus.
Yeah.
So it's going to
I can't imagine what it's like to live in a place controlled by corporations. I just really have no idea what that's actually like.
Everywhere.
So, yeah. Do you think Fortnite is being 14 days is somehow a reference to the Doomsday Clock, and how we're a fortnight away from being trapped inside the next Matrix underneath us? Does anyone have those concerns about the metaverse?
Well, this was a show that Jules and I were interested in creating, where it was about this Matrix-like virtual reality world that kept people in this sense of constantly wanting to get more stimuli through this world, but as a result, their bodies started to atrophy, even though like they were connected to whatever pumps to take all the disgusting matter out of their bodies in these pods. But the idea here is that we're going to be outsourcing a lot more functions of this human world to a world that's going to be a lot more tightly controlled, thereby sacrificing a lot of willpower. Because I personally think that, and I think Cowboy may agree with me on this, that we are the creators of our own reality. And if we're not the ones who are creating the reality, if we are trapped by another layer of somebody else's idea, then it's going to be that much tougher to get out of it and to exert our own willpower.
Yeah, well, I mean, just look at the preponderance of Minecraft and look at all the applications that these people have for this game. Because when I started playing Minecraft, it was still really early on, and I had no idea that there was all of this, these weird Minecraft conventions. So I quit for a while playing that game, just out of, I didn't want to be associated with dedicated wham. I just didn't want to play a game where you have, maybe a bit superficial. But I did come back, and one of the most interesting applications I saw was that there was the memory palace concept for like learning things.
Yeah.
And okay, so Memory Palace, for people that don't know, Memory Palace is this thing where you visualize a mansion or a palace or a building in your mind, and in order to learn something, you structure these rooms around abstract representations of the concepts that you're trying to learn. So if you're learning like mathematics, then you can make a room dedicated to a specific concept in algebra or something like that. So the idea is that you're making this space that you can move through. It's a mnemonic technique for learning. And I went to this server with a bunch of kids that they were learning various topics at school, and some of them were middle schoolers, and they would make these gigantic buildings where they would create representations of the stuff that they wanted to learn. So even if you have like a big corporate owned property like Minecraft, which is, I mean, is it the same thing as Fortnite? No, but even if you have this corporate IP, I still think that you can get some interesting stuff emerging out of that. And I think that if they're actually trying to make this gigantic metaverse network of all of these different intellectual properties, they're never going to be able to completely stifle and control what goes on inside of their game. And the other thing is that from a security perspective, having that kind of world where it's not just scrolling through Twitter and you're actually moving through 3D space, that's just going to be the repeat of Second Life hackers. There's a whole extra dimension and attack vector, and that's a huge security concern for them as well. So it's more asymmetric than it appears. It's not just going to be all of like consolidating all these properties and everybody is in lockstep with the company's wishes for what the game is going to be. It's going to be more like asymmetrical.
So you were talking about weird Twitter, or I don't remember exactly the phrase you used, but you were talking about outsiders also being something that these companies would want to seduce into their platform. People who wouldn't really be normie tier.
No, they would definitely want people like that. And I mean, there are companies that profit from that kind of weird community right now, just like Twitter. Like, you just brought up the example of, you have all these weird people on Twitter that came over from image boards and other weird places on the internet, comparatively speaking, compared to Twitter, compared to the average Twitter user. This Umanmanda is here, and it's just a weird phenomenon. And that's the exact same thing will happen. And it's going to be even crazier when it's in 3D, when you're walking around inside of Twitter. I mean, because going after someone on Twitter is one thing, and making memes of people is one thing. But if you're able to just physically gate crash their stuff, it's going to be like Zoom rooms, but even more traumatic. You're going to have interesting things going on if they actually are investing in this, which is why, of course, they're going to spend a lot of money making sure that it's family friendly. But if they're doing contracts with people like HBO and that comes to pass, obviously it's going to broaden the age group, and there's going to be facilities that aren't family friendly.
How much money do you need to spend to determine if something's family friendly or not, do you think?
I mean, in this day and age, you don't have to spend as much money on market research, because market research people can effectively be replaced by algorithms to some extent. And that's why the data scientist exists. That's why this meme job came out of nowhere, is that someone is coming in and doing the job that 10 people used to do with a computer.
Super Iron Bob writes, hello, Super Iron Bob, great to see you. He writes, eventually we'll all be gargoyles a la Stevenson. I don't know if he's referring to the writer. Does anybody know?
Neil Stevenson?
Yeah.
Is it referencing Neil Stevenson?
I guess so. Gargoyles. I don't know exactly what Super Iron Bob meant by that. If you could elucidate, that would be good, unless somebody here in the panel knows what he's talking about.
Is it like the Doctor Who episode about angels?
It's a reference to Snow Crash. It's I don't remember, actually. It's been so long since I've read Snow Crash, so I'll have to look up what gargoyles are, but I do remember them being referenced in Snow Crash. So
Super Iron Bob says Snow Crash, people who were super plugged in all the time. So yeah.
Oh yeah, wireheads.
Well, that's an interesting kind of thing, because I'm curious about all you guys on how you just see the flat internet today. Because for me, the internet is this place you go into, and it's like this quantum random generator for new ideas and like new connections. And you could kind of plug it in and then come out into reality and ideally apply those ideas. What you found on Twitter it's a way of like rapidly changing reality if you so choose to have it that way. I'm curious what you guys think, because then it extends into, okay, what's VR? Is it a place that we can simulate doing things and then come out into the world and be better? Or is it a place that we go into and we never escape from? I'm curious.
To me, it just feels like you're offloading RAM from your, from your pineal gland or from your visualization capacities. It just feels like you're offloading that, and instead of having to visualize all this stuff that you're reading on Twitter, because I always get really strong visualizations in my head when I'm reading people's messages, and I always hear what they're like. I hear their voice when they're typing, and so I guess by going into VR, you're just kind of opening up more RAM in your brain for other stuff. So I wonder what the especially psychedelic implications are for something like that.
I don't see that as a good thing, though. At least at first glance, I don't. No, because I think that whenever we do something like, let's say, reading a book, it requires a lot more imagination, and it's another muscle that we train. And if we have a piece of media that we're, let's say, listening to, and a piece of media that we're listening to and observing, we don't need to train that muscle as much. So it feels like there's going to be less, for lack of a better word, consciousness that people are going to be able to exert in these realms if something else is doing it for them, if they're always being babysat, in other words.
Yeah, I'd like to touch upon that for a little bit. What I find interesting about VR is to what extent it will progress. I mean, I assume if we put on like a VR headset from the 90s, we would get some novelty enjoyment out of it, but we'd probably, not feel particularly immersed. But the way we see like through screens and stuff, there's already a degree of, psychological immersion, I suppose. Like if you see like a video of like someone hitting a baseball like towards the camera and you see that baseball flying towards you, you're probably going to flinch a little bit. But with VR, we are constantly trying to make the immersion more real. Like I know now they're doing like sensors so you could feel things inside the VR realm. So progressively, I suppose, like how you said, Lev, like it will require less and less brain power. To what extent are we just going to be like, will there be no, like, very little brain activity at all in the VR realm?
Well, I wonder if it'll be like one of those microphones that relies on phantom power, where it's a two-way street. So depending on how much we merge like the human body with technology, like while these immersion and VR trends, go on through the decade, I imagine there'll be so many different variations. That would be my hope, is that it's not the Disney version or the Amazon version, and those are the only two picks. I think it'd be much better if you have a lot of different people experimenting and doing different degrees of immersion, and we'll learn over time, what causes more atrophy, what are environments that are like fitness camps where you don't even realize you're exercising because you're so caught up in the enjoyment and curiosity and excitement and novelty. It's interesting how the right kind of group can make tasks seem like they're not tasks, and a completely different group can make tasks seem like chores. And if you think about VR, I imagine there would be replicable dynamics where, you'd see what works, but hopefully you wouldn't want it to just make everyone pulp, right? I think that's Lev's biggest fear, is that people are going to become so dependent on things like calculators. When things break down, no one will be able to do like paper math.
So like an idiocracy type thing is what you're alluding to.
Aiden?
Yeah, I have a fear of it, but it's not necessarily like, I think technological dependence can be good. It's that offloading RAM idea. But if you think of the brain as this like self-perpetuating information that's kind of cycling around in this electrical soup, and I think if you've ever had the feeling that an idea has come to you rather than you having thought it up, and then in essence, your mission is to bring that idea to life in some type of form. Well, what happens when we have too much stimulation coming in, say we're plugged into an experience of content, is that those ideas don't tend to come into our brain. And so this self-perpetuating algorithm that's absorbing a lot of content, in essence, is becoming the culmination of ideas that have already existed and brought into the world. So the ability for new ideas to come it starts to limit itself. And so I think technological dependence is going to happen, but it's more that when our heads are filled with so much stuff and not necessarily anything that has come to us, it's come through our senses, we lose something about ourselves, and that muscle, like you said, Lev, weakens. As far as I'm concerned in my own life, I feel like the internet's made me in some ways less visual as I used to be, just because I constantly have awesome visual stimulus to pull from. And
it's also a question of the human body too, because if you're not using your skin, your heart, your vertebra, all this other stuff, it feels like, I don't know, is the brain so important in comparison to everything else? Or would there be, and have there been any experiments that showed that when people were isolated away from their body, almost like a head in a jar, that would result in a different way of perceiving the world?
I think it definitely would.
Too.
You could speculate with a lot of information, so it'd be an educated guess, you could say, but it's a theory, a hypothesis. The personality might change. Like, they've done brain surgeries on people successfully, and like part of the personality might change, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not the same person either. I mean, that becomes a philosophical question in a sense, but as long as the continuity of conscious experience is maintained, I think that's what a lot of people are primarily focused on, because at a certain point, many believe that the continuity of conscious experience ends, even with reincarnation, right? It would be, you could call it a traumatic amnesia, and people are very attached to their waking life, to the current continuity of their conscious experience.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah,
cool.
well, speaking by the way,
I see John Westra said something. The neuroplasticity plus gamification equals virtual idiocracy. I'm curious about that formula, because
I would love to find that out. But first, I have to address the elephant in the room. We have the great Peter J. Casey, aka Pika Petey, here, as well as the great exiled judge, Pika Petey.
I came just in time. Hello, wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
I mean, I don't want to ruin Peter J. K. Peter's really cool fucking Fox VR thing.
Shiba Inu.
Yeah, I came in. Yeah, I just wanted to say I was only late because I watched this weird video on Canada, kind of just like celebrating Canada Day, just based around shitting on America, which is it was the very most Canadian thing video ever. And then I took a dump. And so, let's just get started with Casey here, Peter. That's good, because you're actually like working, right? You're actually like, your job involves working.
Emerging technologies, yes. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know what you guys were talking about beforehand. I was trying to get my audio delay to work so my lips would match up with the visuals, but Zoom does not let me have that. So bear with me. My lips are going to be out of sync, like a bad webcam.
No, it sounds good. Like, I'm looking at it right now. Everything's good.
Nice. All right, cool. I believe like this is going to be more the future of animation.
It looks awesome.
Yeah, you think about it. Motion capture technology has gone from needing an entire studio with like a crew and and then post-processing all that with all the dots, and now it's just real time for like a couple $100 to get this.
And tell us about the suit that you're wearing right now.
It's not actually a suit. It's actually the HTC 5 trackers. They're little tracker pucks. They record rotation and positioning based on the offset of 2 base stations that scan the room every 90 seconds, and then send that information to Steam, and then they know where that thing is in relationship to everything else, like in the room, and then the game real-time stitches it up with IK.
Well, so you're not wearing any gloves, anything on your fingers, because you're able to move them pretty well, like pretty accurately.
Yeah, that's hand. That's just hand finger positions. But I can actually put on index controllers, which do have finger tracking.
Wait, are you using the Kinect at all by any chance?
No.
Do you happen
No
to
Kinect,
use
no.
the Xbox, the last one, the last iteration? Actually, I have a converter, but-
Not. I mean, Kinect is its angle of sight is very, very limiting. So, like, if you're in a Kinect, you can't really do like this. Like, woo.
No, it's the version 2. It does it. Like version 2 got it. It has like the heat signatures and it has it's the one that came with the Xbox One, not the last Kinect on the 360. And yeah, I was gonna, I was hoping maybe develop some things for it, but then that shit went under. I mean,
Well, you can use the Kinect for this if you want. That is a thing.
But what was that? Wait, how's your webcam set up? If you could actually type in the like you're using some kind of webcam for it to feed your motion to translate into the Fox we're looking at right now, right? Or
Shiba Inu.
No, it's not a. So there's 2 lasers basically on the corner of my room, and they're scanning the room. They're just sending out a signal every like up, down, left, right, and then they sync together. And then the controllers themselves pick up on that signal and then send its position coordinates and rotation coordinates to my computer, which then the computer knows, okay, well, this controller's over here, this controller's over here, this controller's right there, that one's right here, and then my head's pointing somewhere. And then I am, that it's actually work. So what I'm doing right now, though, I have an in-game webcam. It's the stream cam, basically, that is projecting me. See, from my perspective, I have paws. I look down and I see dog feet. Like I'm actually here. Like I'm abruptly reminded of reality when I smack into a wall or something.
So are you? So the lasers, are they? Do they just scan? They're just scanning body lines. I mean, I'd say
no. They're just acting as points of reference.
Okay, is there an actual camera though that's directly feeding to you?
No, this is a digital camera.
We have a lot of questions coming up, by the way, in the chat. So we have a question from Mr. Hands. Shout out to Mr. Hands. Are you concerned about the rights of virtual avis?
I feel like we shouldn't be, but we probably have to be, if knowing just government likes to.
Rights of virtual, like, avis. Like,
what do you mean by the rise of virtual avis? Like,
the rights. So, the avatar that Peter has right now, the Shiba Inu, if there would be in the future rights, just like we have our rights as citizens.
You mean, are you saying ownership, or ownership, more like ownership, copywriting?
I mean, that'd be copyright, but like, I mean, I don't have to be a Shiba. I could be something else.
Well, and is it the consideration that it's a person inside an avatar, or do we have to extend backwards and go, this is some type of like cognition playing its way into a material body and then a virtual body? Like,
no. This is totally being puppeted by. This is always being puppeted by a person. Yeah. So if I suddenly unpuppet the avatar, it does this, and now I'm no longer in it. Actually, my controllers are over here. If you see them on the cam.
Yeah.
Have you played Half-Life?
Black magic, man.
Have you played the last Half-Life game, by the way?
Oh yeah, it's scary as fuck.
Really?
Wait, I want Cowboy to elucidate a bit on that. So, Cowboy, you're saying that this is black magic?
He just decoupled with his Wendigo skin. He just like walked out of his animal body.
Which is really funny. Here, I'll turn it so you can see through my vision. All right, so here's my vision. If I'm going to decouple with it, I can turn around and there it is right there.
It's
really weird.
Wow, that just feels really weird. So
Yeah.
What when you're looking at so when that fox is looks like it's looking at the webcam, what is it looking at? What what are you looking at visually?
It's,
Is there
it's a husk
real?
right now. He's there as a spirit.
So is T posing the
what I'm
postural
looking at.
equivalent of Ohm? Like
That's the
and
in-game
it's
camera,
just
if you
the
guys see it.
T-pose is the default pose.
Okay, so you're looking at us through an iPhone virtual reality wise.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Wow, what the it's a second person kind of I don't know how to explain it. That's like a second person sphere, basically, almost like
Yeah, pretty much.
So Petey, is that T pose the default pose for all characters?
That's the pose that it stands in when you go into calibration, because that's the rigging standpoint. It's all just game assets, digital game assets. So when you rig a character in 3D, you want to have it like either an A pose or a T pose. So because then you can get full range of motion and skin that.
So for the mouth, Jules, you want to say something?
Yeah.
I would just be curious if the VR avatars, people are curious about rights in the future, would that fall under morphological freedom? Like, is that a large enough umbrella? Because that's supposed to be the new civil rights. That's supposed to be the one coming down the pike, where the right to put a tattoo on your face, the right to put stem cells in your eyeball or have a robotic arm, the right to have a furry in virtual reality. I think those are all expressions of morphological freedom, right? The right to have autonomy over your own body, autonomy and sovereignty over your own body and its expressions.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, I mean, I view it more as copyright. Like if someone's walking around in this thing, because I made this for myself, someone else is walking around in it, like with the same coloration. Whoop! That's what happens when you lose tracking. That is, I mean, it would be kind of. I mean, I'd get angry because it's like, hey, no, that's supposed to be like my character. What are you doing walking around in that?
Peter, are you a furry? Are you a furry?
No.
By the way, FODCOM wants in.
Oh,
please
okay,
open
here we
the
go.
gateway.
Nice.
Thank you. Here we are.
Do you think people should have intellectual property ownership of their own genes? Because there are people that think like human genes should be public information. So
I don't believe
doctors
in
and
copyright.
scientists
I believe in
can
STEP.
learn.
Like a database?
So the right to own the information of your gene. Let's say in the future, you find out you're immune to the Ebola virus and they develop splicing techniques for there's an Ebola outbreak. Instead of creating a vaccine, we can literally use CRISPR to splice in the Ebola immunity into other people that want it. And so the person with the Ebola immunity gene, would he be entitled to compensation to like give that gene out? Or is he obligated through a kind of natural law? He doesn't own his own gene. Humanity owns his gene.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's locked behind medical privacy laws already.
Yeah, that's kind of is. Unless can you patent genes?
That's something that's coming up. That's what people want to do. There's going to be a fight over that.
Let's say I do not support copyright.
FODCorp has logged into the network.
Oh, based.
I do not support copyright. Whenever I see some,
good day indeed. I will say this to start. The virtual world.
Why do you invite the guys with these voices here?
Become separate, but still as one.
It just overwhelms the entire chat with the whole.
We go with the flow.
Right.
We go with the flow.
Yeah.
Well, when the robot voice starts, we have to.
The
We can't
wirehead
stop-
shakes with
change the
fear at
pace.
FODCOM's voice. The wirehead shakes with fear.
Yeah,
well,
I would always.
Microsoft might have the most power, you know. We should mute ourselves when he talks.
I will try my best to respond when necessary.
So
okay.
yeah.
I got a comment. So I have the comment making a point with the copyright of genes of genetics, and with the CRISPR stuff. I could see this going into companies with fertility clinics, and you know it's that concept. It's that very controversial concept called like positive eugenics, in terms of I mean, it's already like eugenics inherently is supposed to be positive. It's like it's in the name, you know. You want to promote good genes. That's all eugenics means, right?
But we had a group of Germans to show the world that you picked that the wrong way, and then
yeah. But the point is though, it's just that if these fertility clinics can now say, okay, you have people with innate talent, you have like athletes, academics, who could score very high on an IQ test, so to speak, engineers, right? And they want to, and you have you have couples that come in for these fertility clinics that maybe want to get those genes for sale. And this is how you could profit. Certain people can profit off their own.
You're saying in the future I can walk into a store and pop in some jeans pills and then bam, like fucking Hulk like this?
No. In the virtual world, the genetic pool of identity will not be separated upon system identification.
This is future after CRISPR.
How long for good genes? Yes, but we must find better alternatives.
Well,
so
we can split the argument two ways. Yeah. Oh, sorry to cut you off. One is it's like an easy way to look at copyright or ownership of information. Say your genes, if they're decoded, are magnetic dust on someone's server rack, right? So you have to look at it as does this protect the everyday person from potentially giant powers, whether corporate or public, or does this benefit the corporate public state who wants ownership over your genes so they can, in essence, use it against you or use it to control you? So I feel like you have to look at it both ways. And then from there, you can go, who's profiting from it? One argument, my side would say people themselves should have the option to profit from their own genetic information if they so choose, just like all their data. And then on the other side, it's they don't want you to have these rights because they want to profit off of you, and they will do whatever they can to get your genes from you. Your Facebook login.
That's the problem. That's the inherent problem, because corporations, like companies, will, the ever elusive capitalist opportunist will find a way to profit off genetic material, genetic information, even if it's copyrighted or not. For them, that could just be free capital for them to, or I don't know, I don't even call it genetic capital. Oh yeah, I mean, it is genetic capital. Yeah, I call it genetic capital to, sell, to say, okay, well, this code, this sequence of genes, genetic sequences, DNA sequences, creates this kind of kid in like sort of like a, test tube CRISPR lab environment. I mean, the Chinese already did it. So the thing is,
guy went to jail though.
They say. So
they did it, or was that a fake?
He disappeared.
He's in a sweet apartment somewhere.
Yeah, I'd say. Now here's I think the genie's out of the bottle with that one. But another point to make is just that my brother's a geneticist, and the scary thing is, the health companies will use health insurance companies will use your, like, not just your eye, but like everyone's metadata in their medical records, and then they can actually start processing which one of our genes, and this is all the stuff that people put in their fucking 23andMe's,
which
like
are processed in China.
So
it's cheaper.
So then they have all this like biometric metadata that they can now link to heart disease, diabetes, all these other health conditions, glaucoma, and then you just turn in a blood sample and they already know what you're going to die of, probably, because if they look at your parents' health and your, you know what I mean, and also start looking at and sequencing those genes for which ones, like, are very, very, very likely to exhibit, cancer symptoms and stuff like that. They're already doing this with the metadata, and that, I mean, there's no law. They can't do that, and people have been giving away their genetic data freely, and then they've already proven themselves. 23andMe have already giving that bio data to the FBI police investigations. So if, to find that fucking serial killer, he never had to even submit DNA information. There was the Golden State Killer.
Yeah, the Nightcrawler, I think his name was, or something.
He was a police officer. He was like this really weird, like he was a very weird serial killer where he had a period of killing, like, you know, in his serial killing days, killed and raped people while he was a fucking, you know, uniformed police officer. And then, you know, retired. He kind of stopped it. He stopped doing that. And then next thing you know, people figured out what his identity was, because his relatives submitted their DNA samples to 23andMe.
So what you're saying is that the medical community simply wants to create a barrier, almost like a false sense of security.
It's not a false sense of. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a false sense of security, but but an incredibly Orwellian grid system they've already laid out. They've already have implemented.
Well, Judge, to back up that last point you made about the serial killer, I think I'm fairly sure that the way they actually got him was they got his DNA off of like a coffee cup.
Yeah, they staked out on this place because they had the DNA of the
relatives. They had
the DNA a sample of him. They knew his genetic code.
Yeah.
But it was matched up with any database. There was nothing, it wasn't in the FBI database because he's never been like convicted of anything. So what they did is they submitted his DNA data to basically 23andMe or these like ancestry sites.
Yeah.
And then staked out possible, because they found someone like, hey, wait, this guy, he was living in this area when that was going on. Then he moved, and then this started going on. It might be him, and then he got his actual DNA sample from a napkin, basically.
Yeah, but they used reverse. You know, I don't know how to say, like a reverse tracking method of finding him, and he never had to submit it officially. You know, I mean, I don't care if the government knows my DNA. I already, I've been through the fucking military. I'm already on the grid as far as I'm concerned. They just go through my health. Yeah, it's dumb, but it's like whatever, man. I got free college out of it. Fuck you. All right. So.
Horrible.
That's really cool. I did not expect to get into this conversation, but it's a very cool conversation we're having right now.
So
there's a lot of military people here on in the VR sphere, especially when they're deployed.
Yes, I was a member of the military in my previous life. I was a member of the Third Reich. I died in battle.
Federal student loans a way to build
Wingnat Fed posting.
pilots.
Wingnat posting. We Wingnat posting out here.
I am a virtual warrior. I long for network command.
So we have a comment from the meme master, Such a One. Thank you very much for joining us here, and be sure to subscribe, everybody who's watching this. The comment is, we need a VR world where you can only get muscles by doing real-world lifting.
Just like in real life. That's all I have to say.
I mean,
what about the people
let's
that
be honest here.
muscles?
The headset does get sweaty if you work out too much.
3D
massive neck
testosterone not
muscles.
meant for that. Screw the other virtual worlds.
Yeah, 3D testosterone. They're already in the future.
Mark Zuckerberg administering as much testosterone as you want, so long as you keep clicking ads.
Oh, speaking of which, here's a really interesting thing about. So one of the big contenders on this platform is Facebook. They own Oculus, and they're developing VR gear like none other. They have the Quest that's out, and they're trying to make their own platform called like Facebook Horizons, which I haven't heard anything about other than the announcement. But one of the scary things that they're trying to do, they're really getting into AR, where you can wear glasses, and it projects the whatever you want to see, and it's occluded by stuff from there. The reason why the occlusion works is because it's constantly scanning the environment and then adding that point cloud data to a massive database. They're basically trying to scan the world.
Does Facebook hire for ice? Serious question.
By the way, wasn't that Google Glass? Didn't they have something
No. Google Glass was just a an image overlay. It didn't actually have the capability or hardware to actually like map out your environment.
Okay, and then what about
Google?
then what about HoloLens?
I actually worked on the Google Glass project.
Really?
Yeah.
HoloLens does scan the environment and turns it into a point cloud to generate.
Yeah. So that's the closest right now, but it has to be. It's wired to. You have to have it, with a power source. You can't.
No, you don't.
The only reason that
it has a battery on it.
I have all the spec sheets and everything for it, and I was extensively involved in the development of Google Glass.
Oh man,
it was ahead of its time, but
it was. The only reason it was canceled is that they brought me in to punch the fucking nerd in the face that made it, and I beat him to death.
You were the goon on the project.
And actually, I support all Silicon Valley goon squad teams. We should have a house goon that punches nerds in the face. They get too.
It didn't survive the stress test. I broke it over my knee. I threw it at his intern, and then I kicked his teeth out, and I held his fucking head out the window.
No lies.
Sounds like Scott Rudin.
I was there.
Scott Rudin course.
It's because we're all dreamers, so you need reminded of that reality, where someone could just come up and snap your glasses. That's the
what happened was tracking gets
How
weird.
much was Google Glass? How much was it?
$199.
$14.99.
$14.99. Yeah.
Well, we mentioned a very important word here, goon. In the last stream that we had, we talked about gooning, the goon cave, and that is something that we could also relate to the world of VR. Because for those who don't know what gooning is, Aryan Cowboy explained it really well. I'm going to explain it just like in short. It's a setup that these horny dudes have where they just have tons of monitors around them in this goon cave, and then they would just keep on jacking it to all these different images of pornography until...
Wait, that would be...
Yeah.
I thought it was a Sean William Scott film. I thought that was...
that's a great movie. That's fun. That's one of the... Yeah, that's a very good movie. No, wouldn't that be called like a Coomer Den?
Yeah, that's a Coomer Squad.
Well, that's a Coomer Den.
Okay.
That's a Coomer Den. You should call it a Coomer Den.
No, here's the difference.
Not a goon cave.
Here's the difference. Because gooning, I researched it yesterday. Here's the term for gooning. It's not just cooming. It's not just masturbating. It's masturbating for an extended period of time until you get to the point where on Urban Dictionary they describe it as being one with one's penis. Like you just get to a different mental state altogether.
Isn't that just tantric cooming? Isn't that what it is? Tantric cooming.
This is disgusting.
The
virtual world should not contain any sort of sexual activity whatsoever.
All right.
By the way,
There should be no
just to
sense
clarify,
of sexual activity online.
Just to clarify, though, the military. Okay, so the military Twitter in the military Twitter sphere, a lot of the veterans and like a lot of wannabes and a lot of the more like the right to keep and bear arm types. They started the whole boogaloo.
Guys, this conversation, I'm just gonna see my way out.
Oh no! Come on, dude! Don't leave! Don't leave, Peter.
Is that a moon? Is that what's that in the
What
background?
I think it's
What's
the
that?
Earth.
Russian space
All
program.
right.
Earth.
Okay, maybe Peter came
He's in a
stepped out to
space
take a
station.
shit. I don't think they totally left the chat. Hopefully he just left. Took a
No.
shit. Oh, there you are.
Yeah, here you are.
Oh, he's back. He's safe.
Cheers. Subscribe for
Yeah.
Peter staying.
Okay, so Goon Twitter. So there's also Goon Twitter now because Boogaloo got kind of ruined because like the ADL called it like some weird anti-Semitic white supremacist.
Yeah,
movement.
this is really
So-
interesting. The Boogaloo
Goon-
group. Yeah.
So the Goon. So now they like a lot of military guys call themselves goons, and like the whole. But I mean, goon. When I fucking grew up, the word goon connotated not like it wasn't a compliment. It was just made you're just like more of like a dumb jock meathead kind of.
Yeah.
That was more what they akin to that with connotations to what that word meant. Very unthinking, brutish guy. But I mean, it's kind of funny. It's like a lot of veterans have decided to reappropriate it.
Yeah,
again.
when I was in the Marine Corps, we used to jerk each other off and come into each other's mouths.
Jesus Christ.
I did that too. Sorry, but like,
This is a VR back.
that was just like that's actually like an initiation once you like achieve the rank of corporal. It's called the gauntlet. Or you just jerk each other off and come each other's mouth. So,
Well, to bring this
I'm gonna tweet that. I'm gonna tweet that later.
to bring this into VR, what kind of degeneracy do you anticipate there is going to be? I know FOD Corp is very much against all of it, But since there's no limitations now in the world of VR, and people could just strap themselves into a virtual goon cave where they could see all kinds of pleasures all at once, what is that going to do to the human spirit?
Full hedonic
Buddy,
pleasure dome.
you really don't want to have this conversation.
It's like saying, what will Dan Balzerian's lifestyle do to the human spirit in terms of rockstar happiness can burn out. Like it does burn out the fastest, and so a goon cave just to me sounds like a variation of rockstar happiness.
I
Like,
disagree. I disagree because you actually have someone who's
think
having sex with women in like physical world where there's like an exchange of energy going on. Here, there's no exchange of energy. You're just giving off the energy. I wouldn't say it's the same thing at all.
I agree with you. We're saying different things. They might be mutually exclusive. If there are three types of happiness. The rockstar happiness is the pleasure seeking. I need this now. Then there's the being a part of something larger than yourself, like an alma mater, soccer team.
I remember when the Rolling Stones sat down in front of their. I remember when the Rolling Stones sat down in front of their computers and jerked off all day.
The third would be a sense by a purpose,
in
religion.
virtual reality.
The what?
So,
Bryce, you don't want to.
Okay, well, we have a comment from White Samurai.
I don't worry about people masturbating in their computers. That's I guess that's what it comes down to. I don't think that's.
I did not know this conversation was gonna get so.
But it's a very important part of it, though. Like Pika Pete, I know that it is controversial.
Let's worried about these people.
I am because
I think we're all around the age that we grew up with the internet, and we had kind of this thing always in the background that you could go do if you really wanted. There's pictures and videos online. I don't know if everyone hits the point where you suddenly kind of look at it and go, what am I doing with my life? And is this affecting me in any positive or negative way? If anything, VR is going to be the absolution of that for people. It's going to be ultimate pleasure. You're going to be able to experience whatever you want. And then you have to come back from that and go, is this something I continue doing until I, in essence, become senseless? I become without sense? Or and from there, do you journey back into your senses, which is to say, I'm going to feel my heart, my gut, my ears, my eyes. I'm going to bring that all back into form. The Goon Squad, as you've defined it, to me, it's a hockey term, but is that idea of like you can, in essence, become senseless by putting yourself in a transitionatory orgasmic state into forever, where you're outside of your body, but you're not necessarily in a spiritual plane. You're just simply without sense for a moment. So VR is definitely going to introduce the Goon Squad to a lot of people, but I think it's actually
a creative
part
platform.
of an important process of coming back to ourselves. I feel like we need to go there so we can come back. Oh, go ahead.
It's a creative platform. And it's really helped during the pandemic because I literally feel like I can be anywhere. Have you ever been in VR before?
Yep.
Nonsense.
I'm surrounded by VR right now.
Aiden's actually a AR developer. Doodle Lens.
Yep.
It's a really cool
but
app.
I got my VRs going on.
Yeah,
I got an Oculus under here.
There's the proof right there. But what I'm curious about, Peter, is that you are in. Would it be fair to say that you're in the furry community?
Unfortunately, yes.
So my question. Okay,
is
so my
nothing but a scam of time.
All right, my
Not
question.
like the ancient virtual worlds.
The question I have about the furry community is, it is in a way, especially with the art that's produced, a way of going into an alternate reality, even without the VR. Where
come on, man, come on, own it, dude. Why'd you say unfortunately yes, dude?
Yeah.
Come on,
I think
own it.
I think you.
Dude, I made a Shiba Inu avatar, and it got me. I tried to prevent selling it, and then I got a shit ton of money.
Oh wait. So you haven't dressed up as a furry though, have you?
No.
You went to these conventions. Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't count. I wouldn't count that.
Well, that's
But
how I
if
say
you're
it.
dressing up, but if this is a conversation about virtual reality and you're dressed up as a furry in virtual reality, aren't you a furry?
Or manifesting
No,
human
this is a Shiba Inu.
Nah, it's different. It's different.
You don't
though.
necessarily need to
it's-
label it. It's how you want to relate to the world. If you want to relate to the world as a dog, that should be up to you. Whether you're in the real world or in a virtual world, you can't necessarily control the opinions or actions of people around you, but at least you're having a more honest representation of yourself.
Once one enters
as you see it.
once one enters the virtual reality,
There you
I
go.
don't think,
Now
I don't
a pair of
think, I don't
pants.
think we have a purpose.
They make me
it's more of an ethereal realm, if anything.
Wait, Fatcorp, is that your real voice?
No.
Well, that does become the fun part because at the end of the day, we
Pants
all
has
have
a
an
weapon.
Like,
Oh, damn,
shit!
I can fire it.
He's got a cock holster.
Yeah. How does it show up?
Like sex
Oh,
machine.
Oh, it
shoots, too.
fires! It fucking fires! That's awesome! Damn!
Does
You
it
just,
have
do you
unlimited
just
ammo?
make the thrust input? Or you just
Oh
thrust?
no,
like,
I have to thrust myself.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
that's your
wow.
actual,
Bam.
like, hip
Good,
reach?
Bam.
Yeah, bam. Damn, look at that.
Boring. I did that in Counter
That thing
Strike
is
in
messing with me.
1991.
It's fun.
All right. Wait, I think you know what? To be honest, I think what Peter's doing is a lot more dignified in terms of like maybe switching out the whole universe of furry suit wearing into everyone just going on virtual. You know, like I don't mind if guys just pretend they're animals on their, you know, with this VR stuff, but the furry stuff always scared me.
Well,
because
yeah.
I mean, it just always kind of.
Well, Geo makes an interesting point about how, let's say you have certain tribes out there that practice an animist religion, where they would dress up as animals, but there is a spiritual context within the dressing up. So it's not just dressing up for the sake of
Clean
fun.
up this conversation, yeah.
Yes, please do.
Yeah.
So that's another interesting thing for me to think about, like the furry community in general, where they dress up as different characters, much like you would have people in Comic-Con dressing up as superheroes. But there's not a connection to, let's say, the mystery schools that used to exist, like Saturnalia, for instance, where these superheroes, they do seem to be like altered version of a lot of these mythologies. And it's not the same to me because there's no religious value in it. Like, it's not like you're doing some kind of a ritual that would change your life in a certain way, but I could be wrong. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just entertainment as well, but that's also something that I've been very curious about, seeing so many people cosplay and just do all this stuff. How much of a connection could there be to something that people were doing way back in the ancient times, where it meant something a little bit like higher consciousness to them?
Well, speaking about
Why is this man taking a fucking shower?
What, is this more appropriate for you?
Yeah, that's also cool.
Wait, so Bane, you had a...
no, just a quick quip on that. Like you said, in regards to religious stuff, we are making a Kaliak cyber temple in VR-chat coming soon. So
Would that be
Nice.
in Discord?
possibly.
We already have operatives in VR chat.
Yeah.
Apparently.
You know-
I had a rumor yesterday.
Into
I
it.
posted on Twitter. There's
It's
already
7
people...
o'clock now.
Oh. Is it 7?
That's okay.
Let me check my 3D testosterone clock app. Hold on.
to take a dive into the kind of representation or avatars, it's like everything's a filter. Everything we do, every word that we say, every way we represent ourselves, whether we consider it normal or not, we're trying to fit into some type of subgroup and create some type of connection in terms of what's happening inside our head to reality to someone else's head. It seems that virtual worlds are making it possible to almost just link our brains together and go, this is how I see myself in the world, and we can relate on that level. And
Actually, I have an interesting
Go
concept on that thing. Okay, so imagine you have full dive VR. All right, so like you can basically feel, smell, just full dive VR. All right, and let's say there's a game, Echo the Dolphin. So you literally, it's like the game picks up your brain and puts your brain in a like a dolphin's body. Like you would feel your tail and everything like that. So what they're finding at a lot of things, muscle memory, your brain is kind of like a plug and play device. There was an experiment. Someone had a sensor on their tongue and a heat sensor camera that the stimulus, the electrostimulus would put on their tongue, or it was on the back or whatever. But after 3 weeks of wearing this, he started to like see where the heat was using just the input from that device and the camera. So, I mean, if we have a full dive VR, and let's say, and you spend a lot of time playing Echo the Dolphin, would getting out of it, would you like have to figure out how to walk again? Would it be like getting back your, your sea legs basically?
Yeah.
Wow. Or a drone. Like, that's something that Jason Giorgiani in his book Iranian Leviathan, I believe, was writing about, how you have these drone operators that may get into a virtual space where their nerve endings would be connected to that of the drone, so they would feel like how it is going to be like this metal or plastic or whatever tube that's flying through the air, and that would just, like, they would cease to live as human beings. They would just become the drone now.
Did you guys see that guy who spent a week in VR?
No.
I'm actually at that video.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, on the 10-minute mark, very
No
briefly.
shit. Awesome.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well-
watched that. And let's see, who put it out?
A disrupt.
Disrupt.
And-
There you go.
Yeah, I was very curious in his experiment, and when on a Friday I saw that he was in VR chat, I was just like, oh man, I gotta go see if I could meet up with him, and so I did.
So
And-
did he ever like get out, like come out of the VR to like, I don't know, eat or use the bathroom, or was he just always?
So he had a Vive Focus that he put on his head, and then had pass through cameras when he needed to do everything else.
He wasn't practicing like
Basically
no
close
poop.
his eyes, put the take one headset off, then put the other headset on, and then open his eyes with pass through. The test was mostly to debunk that it's going to hurt your eyes with long-term exposure.
And to get back to you on the kind of becoming a dolphin or anything, those kind of experiments, you can already see it happening just through the active electric media through like the last 60 years, right? We have TVs, screens, everything. They're beaming electricity signals into us that are causing emotional, physical responses depending on kind of what we're looking at. VR is just extending that into a more deeper, disassociative experience where it puts more emphasis on maybe our eyes and ears and causes us to drift more so outside of our body where we have other senses. Eventually we will capture all those senses and be able to form any kind of experience we would imagine. I think anyone who has more just like a feeling type self or brain, you can almost kind of feel what it's like to be other things just by looking at it or pulling that information through other senses. So it's going to basically be the continuation of that for everyone. And I don't see it as a bad thing. I see it as maybe a good thing in terms of the tools necessary to transcend outside of our own bodies may come in the idea of being other things. It's more so, do we go one level deep in the matrix and become a dolphin, and then we forget we were ever human, and all of a sudden we have flippers instead of hands, and we can't even write like an SOS message out to the console controller of our experience.
And also the limitation.
Fine line.
Like, I think we have
Go
a
ahead, Lev.
limitation, though, of not being able to do certain things, like, for example, meditation here, or yoga, or breathing techniques, or whatever, that unlock certain things inside the mind. If you're in the dolphin, would there, like I talked about in the beginning of the show, would there then just be whatever things you're capable of doing are, sure, you could say, like, yes, you could do whatever you want because it's VR, but then again, can you? Because even if you're doing whatever you want, you're still doing it within the framework of the program. And there may be the program that's outside of it, the world that we're currently residing in right now, which can unlock so many more things that are going to affect us in levels we don't even realize right now.
Yeah, exactly. It needs to be a tool or component within our life's experience at most. It can't be an all-consuming thing. And I don't know all of y'all's opinions on kind of dreams or what dreams are, but as far as I'm concerned, that's the unplugging. We wake up to come back here, but whatever dreams are more that space where anything can happen, and we learn new information in more free space where there's less rules, and then we come back here and we have to kind of construct those ideas within the rule set. VR is just Mark Zuckerberg's hard drive deciding what the rules are, and we all kind of get stuck in it. So it's more like, who do you want to own your surrounding universe?
Well,
I feel like it's already owned, but if we go into VR, maybe it's a step further into your neighbor.
I mean,
Dreams should not
talking
be in
about-
VR. Every
talking about-
memory created in VR will be bought and sold.
You're talking about VR from just a purely consumer standpoint, as far as like people just experiencing VR. To me, VR is a massive platform, like a creative community.
Do you have any moral problems with it?
Like, what do you mean?
I think there's some moral, well, I'm inherently like this because I'm really into a certain mathematician's writing, but I think Lev knows what I'm talking about. But the thing is, in terms of emotional manipulation and sort of perverting the human consciousness, and I think one great example was the like in Korea, a television show recently did something really wild where they reintroduced a grieving mother, whose daughter passed away.
Yeah, that shit. No, that's crossing a line there. Yeah.
But how would you rationale? Why? What's the rationale for you? For why?
Because I watched my my mom witness her child's death, and I feel that would prolong the grieving process.
Yeah. I think what they did, I believe, they actually had voice samples of the daughter, through some earlier video footage that the mother had.
Yeah, that's why I don't like realistic human avatars in VR, because it's just that's where I cross the line. That's where I draw the line. Don't make it so realistic that it's indistinguishable.
Unfortunately, there's going to be the same force that's breaching Twitter right now will eventually breach these VR places, and the results are going to be so horrifying that you can't even begin to imagine the trauma that it will unleash. It's inconceivable. This
How
technology.
Is that? What's the breach?
Think about what's possible. Just think about what's possible just in terms of Second Life and how much grief hackers caused on Second Life. Just go look at some of the stuff that they pulled off with just a little bit of injection, and now look at the person.
Can you elaborate on that? Because I don't know what you mean.
Oh, for example, in btr-chat, when that person went into a seizure from that gyrating Wendy model, once we increase the fidelity and we have full immersion and we have haptics and we have all of these things, all of these cyberpunk fears, these tropes, they're going to be real. And when you're talking about something like your traumatic experience with your mother, there's a strong chance that something will retroactively machine learn from this conversation, and someone will weaponize that and eventually use that against you in VR and terrorize you in 3 dimensions plus more.
And it's going to be Facebook powered. You could already see from their R&D experiments that they've been able to create extremely realistic avatars based off of your Facebook photos. Honestly, indistinguishable from the real thing, besides maybe a couple glitches throughout a 20-second.
Disney just released a paper on their facial thing. Oh, dang, my camera's broken.
Wait, PD, are you going to be a dolphin?
He's gonna be done.
Where's my camera?
And to build a parallel of what's going to happen in VR is just kind of look at what happened. I think it's pertinent in terms of the political situation that's erupted over the last month in the U.S. That if you think about it, that's the connective nervous system of our internet at play. That's information beaming into everyone's feeds. That's causing an emotional response that was strong enough to put action onto the streets, and it has create a lot of chaos and create a lot of human activity, a lot of physical activity that's coming through the internet. That's a video that's traveling through here. So imagine when we're all really plugged in, when all of our senses are being manipulated by others, and especially more scary centralized authorities that want to manipulate our senses. What's going to be possible then, when in terms of what can happen in the world, what they can change in us or change our ideas or change the way that we see things, for good or for bad, but usually ends up leading more to the chaotic.
Coming from an artist perspective and like a filmmaker and animator, to tap into one or more senses of my audience, that'd be kind of exciting, actually.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing too, is art is always this, like, it's the first front in getting people to adopt and lessen their resistance to new technology.
Oh yeah.
So it's like artists are like, I consider myself an artist. We love using new technology to bring new ideas to life and connect with people in different ways. We have an idealized impression, but what we see is centralized media or Hollywood or anything take that artist love affair, that genuine authenticity, and they use it then as weapons of control on the greater population.
Here's
the internet. Oh my
Here's
friend.
a very interesting thing that I've been seeing though. So back in 2006, when I was, just starting out in filmmaking and going out to college, the skill set that I had to work with Adobe After Effects and make, visual motion graphics, that was a very rare skill set in my area. Like, because I didn't grow up in Hollywood or anything. I grew up out in the country. I could have literally walked into a television station and gotten a job right out of there, like right out of high school, not even go to college.
Where are you from? Where are you
Winnebago, Illinois. It's there's not much out there. There's
well, you're there right now. You're there right now.
Oh no. I'm in New Jersey.
You're in New Jersey now. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was gonna say my brother's in Champaign, Urbana, or the University.
Oh yeah, Champaign. Okay.
Yeah.
I know that place. So anyways, and so you cut to now, and you go up to someone and goes, oh, I know how to edit video and, make some motion graphics or whatever. It's like, yeah, you and everyone's grandma can. I got an app on my phone that can edit video, bada bing boom, upload right there. Like that's not a very valuable skill set now because it's so flooded. And I'm seeing the same thing happen right here in btr-chat, but with game development. There's like 14-year-old kids on this platform, like making complete games and building assets and doing, thinking about these very complicated concepts like draw calls because that's the language in here. Like, and so I'm wondering, because game dev is going to get easier and easier to make, soon it's going to be like, maybe like 20 years from now, it's like, yeah, you and everyone's grandma made a game. I have an app on my phone that can make a game.
Destroyed. The reason is simply because of the way and methods each person draws from aesthetic. They never reach machine code.
But
yeah, they never do reach machine code. These fuckers are not on Ring Zero.
No, they don't have to be.
Rest in peace, Terry Davis. We should all be on Ring Zero.
You don't have to know how to mix chemicals together and put it on a plate so you can take a picture.
They need it to be. What are you saying?
And I see this as a positive. There's the one aspect of people will forget how to do things that are important, and it leads to the disintegration of our entire civilization as aspects go to crumble. But the other part too is that if people can create their own experience from themselves, it leaves less opportunity for people who might want to put their ideas upon others to control them. So if everyone's creating their reality in virtual worlds, everyone has the ability to make games, that's an extremely positive thing because you don't need large studios. You don't need black budgets to get media funded. You could just have people creating experiences for their friends, and that's enough, or just for themselves. And that looks like a more positive world to me because you have less of Hollywood programming and like LA programming.
Yeah, there's a lot of that on here. That's why I love the Wild West community. Everything is just, like I'm under Super Dragon right now.
I mean, you don't really. There's not much gatekeeping involved in VR anyway. I'm sure.
No, there's not. Well, I mean, there's the price of the technology and the access of it, but that's
no gatekeeping in VR. Yeah, I mean, other than he said, the price.
Facebook is trying to make gatekeeping. I can tell you that,
and that's because they don't want cyber terrorists like Fodcom and me to join VR.
By the way, we have Helios.
It's horrible. All must know the blade of the machine. It should be dedicated is greater than only accordingly. The old men on the network did it right.
By the way, we have Helios Logos joining us for a bit, and he has to go, then he'll be able to come back. Helios, thank you so much for joining us.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Helios, can you hear us?
I loved your Gennady meme. Oh, you can't hear?
No, I don't.
Maybe
Oh,
maybe no mics on.
Yeah. Go to the
And
lower.
by the way, is Helios the one that has like that entire thread about technology being satanic? Is he the?
he
Well,
is a hero.
knowledge is satanic. All knowledge is satanic.
All knowledge.
That's the tree of knowledge, right? The snake
Yeah.
gave Adam and Eve knowledge, which is satanic, and that's why they're not allowed in Eden.
Yep.
Because knowledge is evil.
And then that's the
According
eventual return to
scripture.
Eden, is when we've taken this sinful technology and used it to essentially recreate Garden of Eden with automation and immediacy. And then we forget that we created the God that looks over us until we go into the tree of knowledge once again. And
Not sure if
back
that's gonna be how it works out, man. But
unless it all crumbles, it could just light on fire and we start at zero. Everyone goes back to nomadic tribes and everything. But
I like thinking about Atlantis in a similar situation that's going on right now, where I could imagine going back to the real world for a second, not the virtual one, if there are certain things that we are capable of doing as far as manipulating reality in this physical world, what people would consider to be quote-unquote magic, then I could imagine there could have been a time back in the antediluvian days where similar gene splicing and going beyond that would have occurred to such an extent that whatever we're doing in the virtual sphere right now was able to be done in this physical sphere, and that led to kind of a shaking of the ant colony, if you will, or of the Etch-a-Sketch board. And, cataclysm, we had to start all over again. So maybe there is something of human hubris when it gets to a certain extent that it thinks that it could do the same things that, let's say, I'm not even going to say God, I'm going to say higher level beings are capable of doing and doing responsibly. Then that act of hubris could be something that ends up resetting the clock again.
Kind of like this stream, I feel like that describes the hubris of the Break the Rules stream in general.
Well, we try to bring people together, and we're going to figure out what's going on with Helios's audio, because I would really love to hear what Helios has to say.
By the way,
Fudcom will be right back. Fudcom is restarting his mainframe.
Sweet. Okay.
Can you get a better voice? Maybe not like a more
What's
organic
wrong with
voice.
his voice?
I can't understand like half the thing he said.
That's because you have been exposed to too much wirehead culture.
Okay. All right.
But I just
gotta get out of your goon cave.
Thing, is the final state to need to know nothing and need to do nothing? Is that similar to the first state, which is to need to know nothing and need to do nothing of the garden? I mean, it sounds similar, right? If that's what technology unlocks, or it sends us into a technological hell, which maybe is VR, as far as I'm concerned, which is it's not real. Yes,
Well, Geo says it's the ultimate hubris to reject God and make oneself God. I guess
why isn't Geo here? Why isn't Geo here?
Yeah, Geo, come on. You'd be great for this stream.
Yeah.
Say the word.
He always says like pretty insightful stuff. So, but by the way, Peter, I just got a question. Do you have anything like Boba Fett or like? I don't know. I thought maybe if I was gonna do a VR thing, like I would definitely get like a Boba Fett skin, or it definitely Judge Dredd kind of.
Okay.
I'm already violating copyright and stealing this furry's avatars using advanced artificial intelligence.
Well, yeah, Peter, you got any of that, but that squid suit's
I have to go get it.
You have a Boba Fett or what? What's going on?
But I'd have to go get it from a world.
Oh, okay. Well,
I could go here.
Wait, so you can't just
come back with squid?
He has a Boba Fett skin, dude.
This is a squid-friendly program.
Yes,
I mean, the squid was pretty cool too, but damn, he has a fucking Boba Fett skin now. It'd be kind of cool. So we're talking about Boba Fett.
Squid kind of reminds me of Cthulhu. I'm not saying the name correctly. You know what I mean?
Cthulhu?
Cthulhu, yes.
Cthulhu.
Yes. And I still have to read a lot more of Lovecraft's book, although I did read God-Shaped Hole, and that was a very interesting read. And that one talked about virtual reality. And it also talked about these cyborg men that came in all these different designs. Like there was like a ancient Roman one and like a vampire man. And these were like sex dolls, sex bots that women and men at that time, it's a very progressive time he's describing, would take a lot of pleasure in. But that is also a question that I wanted to kind of get back to, as far as if we're constantly, like, let's say Petey's right and we're going to be using it for creativity. I wonder what the threshold is for most people to, instead of doing something creative like Petey likes to do, instead just go totally bottom of the barrel, wireheads, just constantly get pleasure. Because if you look at most people, what they do on the train, they just like play Candy Crush Saga. You know, it's nothing that special.
Well, I mean, it's a medium first and foremost. So depending on whether you're going to do good things or bad things depends on who you are. I mean, people do good shit and bad shit on the internet all the time. So
I propose a question about sex bots. Is there like a peak? There has to be like a peak uncanny valley like threshold where, okay, it's already kind of creepy because you're just having sex with a doll. Then the robot becomes very realistic, so it feels kind of less awkward that you're fucking a robot. But then there's also that point where the robot is just indistinguishable from a human being. So isn't that like a new threshold?
We need to turn our hearts and minds away from virtual sex and turn our hearts and minds to virtual gyms. Just imagine the potential.
You don't find this attractive?
That one's creepy.
Oh, that's pretty. That one's that's weird as fuck.
Mass Effect.
Well, and it's to consider. You know, we can have unlimited amounts of virtual stimulation, but it's the idea of what was that stimulation designed for in terms of a natural setting, and as if it related to the act of creation, and we remove that completely because we're effing robots. We have to consider, do we then forget that original nature? All of a sudden, we forget that we are creators by birthright to create more humans. And then the creation of humans gets given to the corporate or government state, as I always say that there may be the issue here, so that they can decide who's born next, while we're all completely overstimulated and distracted by everything we are said that we wanted, or everything. We have ultimate pleasure, but at the end of the day, we're maybe missing the mark on what we are even here for. I think that's more the problem with stimulation and pleasure, is if it goes against action or actual creation, because I think you can almost judge the health of a person or a society by how many people are creating new things, or at least whether it's art or at least putting new ideas into the world, taking them from the metaphysical realm and making them physical. And any society that you've seen historically that fell seemed to have a disproportionate desire for distraction and pleasure seeking, and not necessarily creation or conquest or anything like that. So it's that consideration that's really important. So VR, yeah, it could be an incredible creative medium. That's why I stand for it, and I stand for AR. But at the end of the day, if most people choose the chemical, quick chemicals over the investment of creativity, then it becomes more a problem for us.
And one other quick thing to add is that people who have not really done very creative things in their life, at least they had Mother Nature to contend with. They had Mother Nature that forced them to build a house, or like work with somebody to construct something because there's something to fight against. When there's nothing to fight against, then what do you have?
It's you have that.
You always have to fight against entropy.
Was Minecraft as popular as it was because it was a good game, or did it remind us of something we've lost?
Exactly.
On the topic of virtual nature, this VR world is going to be what Gibson described at the end of Neuromancer. It's going to be a vast steppe of data, and we will be the Mongols that conquer it. Polyakov will conquer the vast steppes of data.
I wouldn't say that. I would never make that kind of statement. But
what about the 1,000 hordes that will rise up just like us?
In virtual reality land, yes.
I think there is a reality. Or go ahead.
By the way, I just want to commend Peter for his stormtrooper outfit. That's pretty fucking sick too.
Base.
Even though it's not.
Doesn't have Boba Fett in this world.
Yeah. When are people going to start going after stormtroopers? When's that going to be the next political crisis?
That'll be led by Disney. Disney will let us know.
You guys want to get into a conversation? Because I had tweeted about how like a PMC could totally like annihilate everyone in Chaz and just have it over with.
What's a PMC again?
Wait, why would you want to annihilate? Hold on. Why would you want to annihilate those people in Chaz? Are you a racist?
No. I'm just saying that it's still
because the only people that talk about annihilating people in Chaz are racists.
That's true.
Whoa.
But there's also just the technical aspects of it. I'm just talking about the purely technical aspects. But
technical aspects still include black people, and black people are disadvantaged in Seattle.
Oh yeah. But are they all in Chaz?
Well, I'm telling you, I know plenty of black people in Seattle that would not
irrationality.
They would not appreciate being taken out by a PMC.
Yeah. So PMC means private military contractor. I would say
I thought it meant pussy master commander.
That's also
sounds like both.
It's
probably
both,
interchangeable.
Yeah. They do get a lot of pussy too.
I don't know why you want to annihilate black people in Chaz.
No one said that. This is too many levels of irony for me to keep up with.
I'm actually worried about this because I hear people making frivolous jokes about PMC.
No, I'm not talking about jokes. I'm talking about an event where they're just gonna announce, okay, Chaz is over. Like the chop area.
In order for Chaz to be over, you have to take out the Democratic people that took it over.
No.
AKA Seattle black people and their allies.
Wait, we could do it the Gennady way.
No, we want to make our own.
We could do it the
Gennady way. Chaz. What about? I thought we wanted to make our own Chaz.
If Gennady was in charge,
let's compete on ideas rather than our physical ability to exert force on other people.
Gennady was taking out Chaz. He'd be airlifting black people to the top of skyscrapers.
Gennady wants to make a Chaz. I thought. Is it?
Oh no. There's now like a civil war between the Democrats in office, or I don't know if it's also is a Democrat, but she.
Lev is laughing. Take a shot.
So the mayor of Seattle has decided to purge Sawant. I believe one of the city council members was like an open communist.
Well, if you'd like to talk to somebody who's authoritative on Chaz sometime, we have Raz Simone in the Polyakov.
There you go, Rob.
We have the leader of Chaz in our Discord. So if you want to tell him about your plans to unleash PMCs in Seattle, you can tell it to his face.
There's wait, you got his Discord? You got his Discord, dude?
He's in our Discord. He's a moderator.
Oh wow. Okay, so wait, Aryan Cowboy, what the fuck are you? Because I can't tell if you're just being an ironic racist or
no. He's a hotep.
He's drilling for the nerve. But like a seasoned dentist.
Okay, I'm just saying PMCs could easily take out the security in Chaz.
Sure, but Chaz doesn't matter. Just focus on your own autonomous zone, which is your own body, your own self. Maybe your home, PMCs just could go there and cause havoc and take over or whatever. Maybe Trump will do something, send military in.
I don't recommend it. I don't think anyone should.
I just DM'd him and I asked him if a PMC could take out his private security, and he said, "Just know this, nigga, I'm protected."
Yeah, if you want to talk to him in our Discord, his name is Yams. So please,
Are you guys being 100% serious right now? I don't know, because Lev's fucking laughing, so I can't tell if like you guys are just fucking with me, and I'm guessing you guys are just fucking with me.
Why would we fuck with you?
You guys should just meet up in btr-chat.
Internet and tell lies.
Yes, like Aryan Cowboy here has been lying. Like half the shit he's been saying has been lies. But
no, I don't lie.
Why would you say that?
I don't lie. I'm honest on the internet. Look, I'm a boomer.
But why would you say that?
I do not know how to be ironic.
Sounds difficult.
No, it's actually really easy. If you just talk to me for more than 5 minutes, you'll see I'm the most genuine person in the chat, other than Fodcom. God bless him. And
Geo writes, you must embrace the Chaz within you. Geo writes, you must embrace the Chaz within you.
True.
I mean, we have gotten kind of off topic with the whole Chaz deal, but I want to go back to virtual reality, and I wanted to get Leonella on the only problem is that she's having some issues with her computer right now, so she unfortunately cannot go on. And I wanted to get Heliologos' take as well. And I'm going to take this chance to ask everybody who's watching right now to please subscribe if you have not done so yet. And also, I just want to say, Peter, that is a very beautiful suit that you are wearing right now. Much love. So going back to
the
virtual
background is really
yes.
Yeah.
Very
Oh yeah, this is even trippier to
This
see
way,
in stereoscopy.
Actually, can you take your Boba Fett suit everywhere? Like you could use it for any background. It could go underwater and pretty much, right?
Yeah, but like you're not really like getting it though. This isn't like, to me, from my perspective, this isn't a background. It's an environment. I'm like standing.
Yeah.
Whoa,
I mean-
sick vaporwave background, bro.
forward
I know.
choice.
Environment, yes. No, I just want curious. Okay, so you could take Boba Fett underwater and space and all
Yeah,
that stuff too. All right.
Hold
But
on. Hold
hey,
on,
man,
I gotta say something.
I can do.
Hold on, just one sec. That's a really sick vaporwave background, bro.
Thanks. It's my aesthetic, yo.
Awesome.
What do you think
You can-
vapor?
I
Did you
can take
find that?
and
Did
make
you
him
find
go
that?
fly.
Hold on. Did you get it from Reddit?
No.
Uh,
There, you want to see something awesome? I can take Boba Fett and have him
No.
go fly jet
Trust me,
fighters.
I've seen enough Reddit this week doing research for the Goon episode of the CaliCast.
we're gonna have a Goon episode. That's coming up really soon. But no, I do like the background. And in fact, Peter and I met at a Newgrounds office party where I got to meet a lot of other really amazing animators there. And I also got to meet Emily Yukis, for those who know who she is.
Yeah.
Oh
So-
damn! Wait, you must know a lot of the other New York people for what was that show? That's the one show that Gavin McGinnis was on the network. I forgot what it was called. Well, Emily's got ousted over the 1488 shit. So
yeah.
for the controversy being associated with all the alt-right crap. I don't know if she was at Unite the Right, but
Well, now,
You know,
now
the
there's
Commenters.
now there's no word from her. Like, I don't really know what exactly she's up to, but she was a really interesting animator. She did these Alpha shorts, which there's a lot of there's a lot of intensity put into them about this dog who wants to become a dictator. It kind of reminded me of an animation that I did called Only Love, and I think we did resonate based on our admiration of animation, even if we may disagree on other things. But the reason why I really like Petey and I love Petey's work and his energy is because I think that there should be people out there who are going to take the spirit of like Termite Terrace, the people who made Looney Tunes, and bring it to the next generation. Having a cartooniness, because look, I look at Petey as I don't see you as a traditional furry, whatever that means. I see Petey as a cartoonist, as a cartoon character. And I noticed that furries, not to pick on furries, but a lot of them have a lot of these ultra bright colors that they like to use, and they have certain stereotypical ways of portraying in certain art styles that eventually just gets like, I don't know, it just gets kind of boring. Cartoons, though, I see something alive in them. I see something that resonated with people who were like, cigarette smoking, dudes who were just drawing the kind of stuff that came into their imagination back in the 30s and 40s. Who
Budcom wants back in. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
You just,
here we go. I'm gonna bring Fodcop back in, but I don't know if you guys see what I'm talking about here.
I'm seeing what Petey's doing. He's on a fucking jet.
Yeah, Boba Fett in a jet. Let's go.
I think the problem is when you bring up Petey's work. I mean, it's fascinating and pretty fantastic stuff with the VR. But again, it's this point of gatekeeping of the tech, of like how soon are kids introduced to the VR? How fast? I mean, like, but I would be reluctant that as a parent to give kids VR stuff. Or
if my son asked me for an Oculus Rift, I'd give him a Commodore 64 and beat the shit out of him.
would you so you want to you give the console first and then beat them?
He's not gonna be on VR until he can fucking demonstrate that he's a console cowboy. He's not gonna be on VR.
Console cowboy.
Or maybe in just the way of going, these are all tools, and the best thing you can do, especially for the youth, is explain the good and bad in as simple terms as possible, whether it's your own kids or whatever position you take publicly. These things, everything has an extreme in anything that we use, whether it's the internet or VR.
So after all this, after we've talked to PD about with his with all this VR stuff, how many of you want to get VR equipment? What do you guys? What would you buy? You're gonna buy the Steam. You're gonna buy the Oculus.
I actually suggest people to buy anything that works with Steam VR because it's more modular.
Hey, watch that plane there. Oh, you're crashing. Oh, hey, watch that plane, buddy. Oh God.
Yeah, I'm still flying.
The Quest is a really good headset. It's a standalone. You can also link it into your computer if your computer supports it. So you get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, but if Facebook decides that they want you to buy the new Quest and they force an update on your Quest, and then it's like basically like Apple.
Yeah,
you're at the mercy of Facebook.
Did that. Yeah, they did that with the best kids.
How much is the price of the Steam VR?
There's a lot of there's actually a lot of hang on, I'm trying to land this plane.
It's minimum like you can find a Windows mixed reality for like $200 sometimes.
Yeah, pull up that suit while you die.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, PD's flying.
And engine shutdown.
Helios back?
There's actually a lot of headsets out there that work with Steam VR.
Okay.
So there's the Vive, there's the Valve Index, there's the Pimax, there's the
Valve
Odyssey.
Valve Index is the official version for Steam, right? It's the most compatible.
Well,
for Alex, for the new Half-Life game.
Yeah. I mean, with the Valve Index. Let's see. I'm not used to these.
If you have a grand to blow, just go for it.
Because you can do like this to annoying people. Like, fuck off, kid.
Yeah.
This is finger tracking, basically.
So I want to see if we can get a word in from Helios. Helios is having a bit of audio issues, but I want to see if they are fixed now. Helios, can you say something? There is no reply, so we're going to keep working on that, but we're going to figure out. I recommend to use a cell phone if possible in this case, because cell phones, they always work regardless of whatever happens to your
So let's give
mic.
Fodcom a mic check. He was having some microphone issues.
Yeah, Fodcom.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? There is no reply from Fodcom right now. There we go.
This is proof that the Democratic Party is in charge of Google right now. They're taking out Fodcom and Helios. They've got both of them. Oh no!
Wait! He's got a microphone now. Finally, he can slow his fucking voice down.
Well, maybe an interesting place to take this is what does censorship do to creativity, and what does it do to new mediums as we're exploring them.
I'll tell you what happens. All right. So, and this is also kind of happened with me as well. When you censor a platform too much,
you hear that?
Yes. Yes, but hold on one second. Yeah. He's going to speak, and then we're going to go right to you.
When you censor a platform too much, the super creatives, they move on. They go something here. This is currently the new platform because anything goes on here. There's no bad ideas. There's only annoying ones. Like I'm Boba Fett flying a jet.
So right now, so how many blackface skins are there? Because I'm assuming like the biggest taboo is racism. So, I'm guessing you could make like.
Is it racist to have a VR chat black person avatar if you're not black?
Yeah,
Isn't that appropriating black culture?
What do you know?
Well, that's the thing. They're gonna come in. Man, Helios is very loud.
Yes, Helios, your audio is like through the roof. Is there any way that it could be lowered a smidgen?
Like this?
I'm a techno peasant. I've had to create this mic out of pieces of that I found and pieced together, so I have no control over it.
That is completely fine because what I'm doing right now is I'm just manually adjusting the dial, so whenever Helios speaks, I'm just going to pull it back a bit till it's in the yellow area.
So like this would be considered racist?
Yes. I have reported you to the ADL. They're going to fucking kick down your door right now.
Yeah, it's interesting because in terms of the divide on this topic on the internet, and it's considered that possibly you're mocking, but also could it just be the genuine, naive desire to exist in a certain way? And then when we consider, should you have the full spectrum of expression available to you, except maybe
well, no.
people
But I'm
it.
saying, like, what about
police?
what about like a skin where you're just like a Nazi SS uniform, just walking around in VR?
That's what skin I use IRL.
Edgy.
There is to be a Mel Brooks adaptation. Otherwise,
well,
no bueno.
But here's the thing that happens in VR, all right? Because it doesn't really, like, what you actually look like doesn't actually equate to anything. Because I could look like this, I can look like a can of tuna, or I can be anything I want. So it's really your personality that's your only choice to actually, like, engage with people.
Yeah.
Well, so like
the typographic internet has made us have this like delusioned opinion of significance and symbols that we maybe didn't really have before unless in really historical times.
Okay.
All right, Helios.
Everyone is taking too much value in symbols.
Oh yeah, too much value in symbols. Really? Are you sure about that?
Force cultish mean in terms of what you could from a religious or political aspect. I'm saying people generalize the meaning of symbols to the point that they don't mean anything except whatever is the worst idea people have of them, rather than interpreting their own meanings. So
there are good symbols and there are bad symbols, and people can manipulate and interpret them however they want. That is sort of the power that they have. Not that there isn't any set definition of any specific symbol, but that's sort of the nature of how they've always been used. So I would disagree with that.
Yeah, I spoke wrong, I would say, on that. Yeah, they've always had meaning, for sure.
I'm just talking about like what Aryan Cowboy mentioned earlier. I mean, do I address him as Aryan Cowboy or Aryan or Cowboy?
You address him as Lord Aryan Cowboy.
Lord Aryan Cowboy. Okay,
Please no.
All right. Well,
what's the problem? What's the problem? That's my honorific.
Yeah, he is a Vedic lord, and you will address him as such.
So what Cowboy referenced earlier about a particular people with a mindset coming into this VR, which I think it will be inevitable anyway. They'll start policing things like that about VR. So you can't be walking around in the VR environments and chats. The SS uniform.
Oh no! What I'm saying, I'm not saying policing. I'm saying there's going to be no way to police it.
Well, I mean, there isn't really a way to police it now. It is coming one day, especially if any company decides to purchase a VR chat, like a company decides.
Oh, I know,
like,
but even if a large company purchases it, they're not going to be able to completely control it. It's not going to.
Oh no, but there'll definitely be a crackdown. That's the day the community dies, because
the only way that they're gonna stop me is putting a hole through my router with a fucking gun.
But like, because there's a whole copyright issues that are up here on this platform, like entire game worlds ripped from the games.
I don't believe
and then just
in
like
copyright.
uploaded on here.
I don't believe in copyright. I combat it wherever I go. I used to terrorize MILFs on Second Life and steal their skins.
What happened to Twitter will eventually happen to every virtual world, whether 3D or 2D. We either could freely share ideas or we
but it's
can't.
not. Is it really designed? I mean, VR worlds aren't really designed for like the most eyes only, right? We're talking about just walking around in environments.
So in the meantime, before that day comes, I use this platform. I mean, this is a very fun platform to explore animation on, and to see what I could do with animation. And I'm getting into like I want to make these squirrels in the world that I have, and they're all randomized, and see if I could get emergent behaviors out of that.
Yeah, but then I think we're kind of getting to somewhere where I prefer I like what you guys are saying about VR. What Peter's saying about VR, because I'm already kind of fucking sick of politics on Twitter, and I don't like I'm not like
political. I'm apolitical.
Okay. But I don't like the such a political, like Twitter's such a politicized place now. It's really insane. Like,
could you explain why it's a political place?
Well, it's just but the people being deplatformed on Twitter are like
Wait a
those
minute.
are the
There's people being deplatformed
on Twitter.
I mean,
man, dude, you already wised up, bro. You already know what I'm fucking talking about. I'm not gonna go into it.
No, I actually don't know. Could you?
This
is discourse.
No.
This is discourse.
No, it's not discourse anymore. I don't.
No. I'm seriously interested. I don't know
Uh,
anything about this deplatformer.
Okay. But I wanted to go to another point though. I'm just talking about VR, the VR world, where actually it's kind of like nice and not. It doesn't seem to be politicized at all. It's just like, I guess it's anything goes, but more importantly, it's about sort of fucking around with aesthetics. You could be a dog on a fucking board.
It's more like this. All right, as an animator, your job is to like create up worlds and basically stare at your little fantasy world that you're creating through a little window called a monitor, and you can have so the interesting thing about VR for me is that, you know, as an animator, like you could literally walk in the world that you just created.
But on what network do we have the ancient surprises?
Like
the voice of Fogcom.
Hey, so
with the power of Indra.
So the way you're saying, Petey,
Aaron Cowboys malfunctioning.
So the world you're creating, though, it just seems more like a very aesthetic chat room. If you could create a world, and then you could like what we're doing right now is like this like kind of nice little space where we get to talk. But what you're showing, like, I mean, like with how VR setups, I mean, we've already this isn't totally new. That's how like this Knuckles meme became so popular. Was from the VR?
Knuckles.
It's the Knuckles meme.
Yeah.
The Ugandan Knuckles.
Well, I mean,
from Second Life.
That was just
is that like the finger
chat,
tracking? Okay, so you put like Knuckles,
and they were like, "Show me the way," and they would like, yeah.
And then everyone copied the skin, and it was like a Spartacus situation.
So I just want to know.
Spartacus
No. I just want to know. So the suit has Knuckles. You can. Like,
it was like the
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Well, the Knuckles was the prototype or their design.
Wait a minute, you designed the paws yourself?
I made this avatar.
No, not the avatar. The gloves with the Knuckles.
No, these aren't gloves. This is
Wait a minute.
Valve Index controller.
Knuckles is a Sonic character.
Wait, do you call them skins or do you call them suits?
One suit? Is it an entire suit? Like, can you take off the limbs individually? You have to like step
There's
out
no
of the
suit from
and,
what
like,
I
unzip it at
understand,
the back?
right? There's no suit. No. There's just individual controllers.
No. But in
Got
terms of your character, the character you're in right now, what do you call that?
This is what I have.
That's an avatar.
Not particularly these.
No. What do you call the dog?
Why are there two Area 51 devices floating around?
That's
He's demonstrating.
I've detached from the avatar.
My God.
So that's the avatar. You call it the avatar. Okay.
Yeah.
So the Boba Fett was an avatar.
So when I look at this is my view right here. So I'm actually like, you know, I'm staring back at it. But this right here and these dots are what is on me.
Wait a minute. Is that 3D or is that real life?
What?
Are you in real life right now or is that three-dimensional?
It's both, technically.
Both. Like, okay, see this white dot? I'm
moving.
moving.
God, that has to be a deep fake. That can't be real.
What?
You have to be deep faked.
It depends on your interpretation of what a deep fake is.
Okay,
it can't be real.
So for me to get into this thing, I just you just basically step in.
You know, Cowboy, like the playing stupid shit gets kind of old, man. Because I know you like.
No, I'm not that old. I'm only 28.
Okay, but
do you think PETA will eventually come after dog avatars for putting dogs in precarious situations, like on top of aircraft carrier runways?
I think dogs are the only ones that are politically safe sooner or later. But so by the way, Petey, if I bought like a Valve Index, or I think that's what it's called, can I enter your airport that you're at right now, and we can just like interact and talk?
Yeah, actually, people are trying to
do that.
Enter my space right now. I'm getting notifications.
Can you be exclusionary? You can just don't let people in.
That's what I'm doing right now.
What kind of ice does your server have? Do I need special malware to break that ice?
What?
What are you addressing?
Okay, so if I'm going to be cutting ice, if I'm going to be punching deck, am I going to get killed by your black ice? Like, what's your security there? I need to know what I'm getting into. When I install Wintermute on your server, I need to know what I'm getting into.
It's like someone's slipping into a schizophrenic episode here. I don't even know what black ice is.
This is actually, this is actually
You haven't
only
read
the second
Neuromancer
episode I've been
then,
on.
obviously.
I haven't been on very many episodes.
Oh my god, it's been years since I read Neuromancer. All I remember is they had the USB
Wintermute is.
sockets behind their ears.
There you go.
Wintermute is one of the rogue.
Holy shit, he's diving.
Now I'm underwater.
So, okay. So, by the way, would it be problematic when we create these like virtual reality spaces and then we can't actually just? I mean, these are just chat rooms. Then it's like Discord servers. You could just be like walking around.
Yeah, but okay. Here's
I'll
tell you this.
What is wrong with that guy's
actually
fucking mic? Holy shit!
He's speaking through the voice of Vayu. You will show him respect.
No.
So here's
no
what
respect.
I've discovered with because you have the sense of presence of actually talking to someone else in your room or just there.
Wait a minute, that's not your room. That's an aircraft carrier.
Well, yes, it technically is an aircraft carrier, and to me, in my brain, I think it's an aircraft carrier.
I think this is deep.
But I have to be reminded of my room because if I forget about,
I think this guy's working for the CIA. This can't be real. This is deepfake.
I crash into my walls.
Okay, all jokes aside, let's talk about the spiritual implications that VR has on your mind, body, and soul.
Let's do it.
Because I mean, I was joking around a little bit, but I'm like, I'm ready. I'm settled in. I'm ready to get serious.
I'm not joking. I actually think this is a deepfake.
I think VR spaces have a very dangerous precedent for festering narcissism in people being able to disconnect and identify with sort of third-party virtual selves instead of, trying to improve themselves or try to, make something or make a legacy. It's just, I can strap in a pod, put a tube in my mouth, and, go be the protagonist of my own story in a virtual space and become my own person.
So that is something that
Vice made.
Wait, Hilo. So 1 second. I want to get a PD's response, and then we're gonna go to you.
So that is something that is I do actually kind of see where they have some sort of social anxiety problems, and they need to address it, like they have problems, and they don't, but they're more comfortable getting in VR gear and talking here, whereas like they can't even function outside of this. And so yes, I do see that kind of aspect. If I don't like, they look for this place as it's therapy, and it's not therapy. It's not. Like, it's a fun. I always tell people it's a fun playground. That's it. Like, you can create on here, but it's not your life.
But a playground is for children. Are you saying an aircraft carrier is for children?
Yo, you can still go to the monkey bars and do pull-ups if you want. If you want to be so bro.
Wait a minute.
It's also. It's storytelling. It's one of our first ways of dealing with emotions and in our lives is to form them into stories or role play as certain ideas so that we can kind of understand, overcome, interpret, and communicate ideas. So it's kind of just the next version of that. It's not really a displace too far from what we have. It's more so what happens when it's massively available and being used to affect us affect massive amounts of people in to believe and think certain ways or output certain ideas.
Well, I think
in massively negative ways and massively negative ideas, creating these false worlds for people to. I mean, you're talking what he was saying earlier with these people that are antisocial. They're literally creating disassociation chambers where they aren't necessarily, learning how to cope with their problems. They're compounding those problems, making them even more debilitating. And it's like this systematic dividing of humanity into all these little pods, and then we're all going to be in our little pods forever without, they won't have to forcibly boot us into the Matrix. We're going to fucking build the Matrix ourselves, and we're going to fucking like it. We're going to beg
any strikes whatsoever.
Well, and people are already accepting this idea that they're a node for information to output into some type of energetic signal out. People take in horrible information and become violent or, become political or riotous or whatever. And it's that it's just a continuation of that. It's the finalization of us almost becoming in computers, where
whoa.
the programmer can send in an input and expect an obvious result from massive amounts of people. It summates the human, potential into an algorithm, and we're all lost.
There is a certain humanity to, reacting violently towards things. When you're all jacked into VR, there will be no reaction. You'll be passive. You won't even be able to leave the VR space because you're so terrified of going outside and actually maybe interacting with people. If I had to choose between a population of people that were at each other's throats, literally fucking murdering 24/7, or a population of a bunch of fucking slime pod fucks, I would choose the murderers every day, because at least they're being human. At least they're alive. They're not booted into the digital prison.
Yeah.
Like willing little slaves.
Yeah, and I think it's like, consider that this electrical world or whatever that we might all end up in could be equally as violent. If people are able to starve other people of the energy, literally electricity coming through, they can literally take people's consciousness offline. They can destroy them. They could override them and break their consciousness out. We actually make ourselves more susceptible because we're taking away our ability to disconnect and our ability to like put ourselves in the senses and like in our rationality.
It's basically allowing you to be psyoped way easier.
Yeah, it's literally the ultimate psyop end goal.
But this is where I wanted to get at was because Elon Musk has decided he's going to he's trying to apply like consciousness onto computers.
You're talking about Neuralink.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about Elon Musk real quick. So you remember how like 2 years ago, Elon Musk's over here and he's like giving a conference talk about how he's terrified, basically like shitting his pants about AI.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, it's so bad. AI is like the most unknowable, incomprehensible thing that if we mess with it, it is, guaranteed to either destroy us or, assimilate us in some strange way into its non-Euclidean system that has no human logic tethered to it whatsoever. And he's like, basically telling everybody that he's scared of AI. And then now he's like, so I made this brain chip so we can integrate with AI. Like, the fuck happened in those 2 years? What did Grimes put in his coffee? Like, the fuck?
Or maybe it was being an opportunist, like retarding competitors.
It's not an opportunist.
Wait a minute. Why did you say retarded? Hold on. Who'd you just call retarded?
Elon Musk.
What the fuck?
No, just kidding. I didn't call him that.
We don't call people retards in 2020.
Well, it could also be fighting fire with fire, as seemingly as his justification for creating such a device.
I really doubt that.
Yeah.
It's not about
seem like he's
I
fighting
think it's
fire.
if you can't beat them, join them thing. I think
that's more of
his,
that. That's more of the logic.
He's been co-opted.
And I think if he sees himself as very capable, and if he were to sit out that competitive development, maybe Russia develops it first, maybe China develops it first, maybe someone in their garage develops it. He wants to be competitive in the if you can't beat them, join them sense. But he's doing so optimistically, fearing reckless optimists. I haven't really heard a lot of optimistic. I think it's just disturbing to people who don't want to become like a battle angel or whatever.
Yeah. A chip injected into your brain that keeps you constantly connected to the internet all the time. I don't think that there's any optimistic take on that. That's like
I want to be connected.
I think that's what Nietzsche was grasping at when he said man is a bridge.
Yeah, we're doing that right now by spending
I want to be
however many hours on the internet
all day. I want to be connected to the internet all day so that I can be attacked for being retarded.
No. But the whole neural stuff only interests me because of how it applies to virtual reality. Because we might have that situation like where in the movie's Inception where they go to sleep and then
I just want to get one thing straight before we continue the stream. I'm really sorry for this. I know that you guys are a little rougher on the edges, but I just want to get it on the record that Judge didn't call me retarded because I have mental issues.
Yeah, I know. You're not retarded.
You're not alone.
Why did you say retard?
I mean, that'd be interesting.
I'm retarded as a verb.
I'm glad you clarified.
Say retarded more. Say it more. Just keep saying.
Here's what I'm actually interested in. So if we have a chip in our head that we're, everyone's gonna where you actually can feel video games in. So like, what does the programming language look like to like for touch? Like, if I were to program
The programming
the
language
haptic
for
feedback
touch
of these
is
duck
pickup
feathers.
artistry. If you want to
Pick
learn
up
the
item,
programming language
It
for
might
touch,
be a
it's Lua.
self-learning
There is
algorithm.
none.
Yeah,
They
it's
had a
Let Peter
spider
talk,
robot.
dude. Let
They
Peter
had a
fucking
spider
talk.
robot.
Judge, you
Let
need to
who's
calm
talk
down and
here?
stop calling people retarded.
it's well. Let's
Peter,
think about it.
go
There's
on.
no
What are
way
you
to
gonna-
program the brain.
Let
Okay.
So what's really funny? There's a option like a world that we can you can go to in VR if you're getting into like a banter discussion, where only the person that has the floor actually their voice is active.
I'm sure you like that.
By the way, I was muted the whole time, so nobody even heard what I just said in
No,
the chat.
I heard you. I heard.
Okay, well, you heard me, but
And,
nobody in the
also,
chat heard me. So all I heard, just to reemphasize again, is let people talk when they're talking and not interrupt them, and I think that'll be for the best. That's all.
Okay, and my question is, so Peter, so what's your, well, how would you feel about it once we would get like we could just jack ourselves into like VR, I mean, without even needing a headset or handhelds or anything like that?
If
How
I
do
you were
you
jacked
feel
into
about
VR,
that,
I would
Judge?
have electrocuted you with my assassin box for calling me a retard.
I'll tell you what, people won't get bored and start like rioting out in the streets. I'll tell you that.
Are you sure about that?
I think it makes it worse. It doubles, triples that effect. It's because unless it can provide us complete stimulation, people will look for the answers in the physical plane. You have to get over that idea of like, this is digital and it doesn't matter. That might never happen. People will continue to take what they get from this digital matrix and bring it out into reality.
I mean, you are talking to a guy whose entire job skill set is to come up and live in a fantasy land and make cartoons.
If we continue to like
yeah.
augment and supplement our lives with technology, that is only going to heighten the detrimental effect that technology already has on our lives as it is right now. And right now, I would say, I'm not exactly sure, but let's just say 25% of the population uses VR. And I'm pretty sure that's a way like overshot. But if only 25%, yeah, it's probably something more like 4% of the popation uses VR chat.
Is it even lower than that? Is it lower than that? So what is it? How much
on VR chat? Okay. Oh wait. The population on VR chat that are in VR?
How many people are using VR? What's the
in general on Earth right now?
On Earth, yeah.
Oh,
in America.
barely any.
Yes, like maybe
10 million
4%,
15 million people. Yeah.
3%. So like if those people, we're not seeing the widespread societal issues that it could cause. It's sort of one of those things that's untested, and that's what you're saying, like it's the Wild West. So the long-term detriments of it haven't been fully realized yet. I watched this video that Vice did, and I fucking hate Vice. They suck ass. But there was this video where this guy, he said that he did like an experiment where he would only be in VR for an entire week. So every waking moment where his eyes were open, he was in a VR headset.
That wasn't Vice. That was Disrupt.
Okay, whatever. Some fucking. I don't care. That's not the point. He spun his little experience as a positive thing, and it's same with like the way that they will take and put video games like, oh, the graphics are so great, such an immersive world. Wow, I really feel like when I'm in Red Dead, I could actually be hunting a bear. So like, why don't you just go out and actually fucking hunt a bear in the real world? Like it's supplementing real world activities that you could probably go do. I mean, it's not that hard to find
I'm
a
just
bear.
questioning.
It's not that hard.
Why,
like going to these meditative sessions.
Okay, you know what? You want to know what happens when everyone decides to go out and hunt bears?
They die.
And then there's no more bears.
So the bear eats their fucking face off because they're not prepared for what it takes to hunt the bear.
Okay, but
and that's also an interesting kind of dive into what VR provides us. Does it increase the realism of hunting a bear till we get to a point where we just have to do the real thing? So all millions of us who would never hunt bears eventually get to the point that we have to hunt bears.
I'll tell you something it can actually provide.
Again.
You know that
Okay.
late night hours that you get, like normally most people are just like watching a television, like some fucking Netflix shows before they go to bed. But you know that those late night hours that you get, like that are awesome during campings, where everyone's just sitting around the campfire and just like talking about deep shit.
Sure.
That's what VR provides.
Why can't you just do that in real life? Why can't you just do that in real life with people?
I agree.
Instead of digital.
Well, I mean, we're having it right now. We're having this
having it right
conversation.
now.
That just
You can, but that takes planning, and then also you have to like take off schedules. Our lives get in the way of doing that every single night.
Maybe if it was
You
really
got to do that in VR too. You have a VR
Well,
meetup. You would have to do that too. You have to
There's an
coordinate.
advantage.
People have to log on.
It removes the temporality of like the time and space commitment of going and doing something. Like there is something. If we're just trying to get to the point, which is, hey, we all want to get together and exchange ideas in a free fashion, and we've set up the environment that's conducive to that. I think VR sure plays into that.
Before I forget though, I just wanted to say one problem with VR, and I've been really reluctant about VR still. Although I've had friends that have experienced it and checked it out, and I think I might have actually remembered doing a sampling of VR program on during some convention display, and it was very forgettable for me. But the only problem would be like the physiological aspect. Aren't you worried what it does to your eyes because of your the close?
Screws your eyes up, destroys them.
Or your entire body. Like this was a big concern that I was talking about earlier. If
how close do you
our
look at
body ends
your
up
phone screen?
exactly like bad posture from that. But also just if we're not using Petey, you're using your body to move around, and that's all good. But you're still within the confines of a room. Sure, like I like the idea that Aryan Cowboy was bringing up before about having virtual reality gyms. I think that would be an interesting combination because, ideally I'd work out outside, but that's a pretty good second. But as far as limiting yourself to just being within certain confines, my concern is that the human body and nature are linked together, and if that link is broken, then I think we're gonna have a lot of weird people with no connection whatsoever to this world of ours.
The only way that VR will work is when we take it over and we make it so your body type in the game is restricted to your body type in real life. We kill every single nerd. We go into full haptic VR and we strangle nerds to death.
Post physique. Can you post physique, Arian?
We'll restore the cyberjock. No, I don't.
Machine does not reward all that simply enter the realm.
Yeah, it's also
I do
like
not body docs or face docs or anything like that because I'm terrified that Google is one day going to go back through the captions and give me cock and ball torture deep in VR like this story.
Well, and we can put it this way: there's VR in our media today makes us focus a lot on what our eyes are seeing and our ears are hearing, not necessarily all of our body, all the other senses, touch, our heart, gut, whatever else, and just to the origin of the word rationality as being kind of the ratio between the senses. And when people really practiced rationality, it was this idea that you would check all your senses on before you reacted to anything, because you go like, maybe I'm seeing something violent, but my heart's saying it's good, or vice versa. You got to be able to check between all those to make a proper rationalization of what's happening. What technology is doing is it's removing that rationality. I see nothing online but the culmination, the outcome of our unbalanced senses. Even today, we're so focused on what our eyes are seeing, our ears are hearing, that we there's so much irrational behavior because of that. And VR is gonna exacerbate that until it's fully encompassing the body.
Technology has
here's my argument against that.
One at a time. Petey, you go, and then Jill.
Petey, go ahead.
Okay, so here's what I see. Basically, when you're engaging with people on the internet is basically a text-based platform for communication, mostly. If we're talking like Twitter here, so it's text. It's very dehumanized. All right, it's very It's all it is text. You don't even know the person. You've never even talked to them. You probably never even heard their voice. All you see is you have to go off of their profile page and something they always tweeted. All right. So it's very, very easy to paint them as a monster. And then you could be a hero of your own journey by trying to defame them, because everyone likes to watch celebrities fall or, at the bad guy. VR is different, though. It's not the same because you have presence in VR.
Text.
All right.
No.
It's very obvious.
Let him keep going.
I have presence on Twitter. I don't know what you're talking
about. No, like physical presence. As you tell a bad joke and they just kind of shift their weight and back up, you fucked up. You get the body language. You don't get that on Twitter.
Sure, it's a better level, but at the same time, I think that there are, like I was saying before, other, let's say, metaphysical or psychic things that have to do with us meeting in physical space that we experience.
Yeah, no, meeting
in
physical space, it can't be beat. All right, meeting in physical, I'm not dethroning physical space, but it's VR offers a level where if you can't meet in physical space, it gives you a better option than just having a webcam, because I don't know if any of you are probably actually looking at the Zoom call or browsing on Reddit or some other tab. How many times?
I'm trying not.
One of you guys have jacked off. One of us has jacked off.
How many times have you been in a call? All right, and someone's been like, "Wait, what? I'm sorry, I was reading something. What?"
Wow, you got really intense.
Okay, it's very difficult to do that in VR, because when I'm out of the headset and I'm out of the VR gear, you know what that looks like? It looks like this.
Look, he's off. Yeah.
Wait, that's the pose of that killer that Tony Podesta has in his apartment. What's that killer? I don't remember the name of that guy.
You know what I would do?
Dahmer.
You know what I would do if I was in a VR situation like that? We'd just pull that bullshit, like, oh, I'm offline shit all the time, and just sneak if he's gonna like talk shit behind my back or something. I would do that all the time.
You can't, because when I pull off the headset. When I pull off the headset, I instantly snap back into my viewpoint is no longer in the headset, and I can't even hear what's coming from the headset.
But can you fake that though? Can you fake that?
I could fake it with an animation, probably.
I want to defend text. It's way less dehumanizing than VR, because if you can visualize the person, you don't even need to see them. You don't even need to see their webcam.
You can read tone through text, 100%.
Text, and you can read style through text. That stylometry is a thing. There is such a thing as text physiognomy. You can gauge who someone is through the way that they write.
The FBI uses text to identify people all the time.
That's how they got Ted Kaczynski. Well, kind of.
Just about to say,
his brother got. His fucking brother
VR is more dehumanizing because I can be presented with some fuck shit avatar furry or some fucking nasty polygonal hellscape with the touch of a button, and they can like visually assault my fucking cortex.
Right? How is being an anthropomorphic dog less dehumanizing than having a Twitter profile? Like, I don't understand. That is the epitome of dehumanization.
I could be this. It doesn't. What you look like doesn't matter. That's the point.
It does. It truly does matter. You must not understand, my friend, that these virtual worlds were never supposed to be meant for your realm.
Oh, no. I'll tell you, there is a social hierarchy on there is a social hierarchy here
FODcorp has
on
spoken.
VR chat, right?
Listen and obey.
There's the desktop users, there's the Quest VR users, and then full body tracking.
Yeah.
I just want to say I actually appreciate FODcorp using his real voice. Or I mean, it's probably not it's a pretty put on accent or something, but it's a lot nicer than.
Yes,
FODcorp is from Russia, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Actually,
I understand it.
Ban anyone who uses the fucking automated computer shit. Just ban them. Just like fuck. Okay.
Why must we ban one member that is truly connected to his own network, that has his own spirit connected right into himself?
Your computer voice sucks. That's why.
Yeah, Peter,
what do you have against Microsoft Sam? What did Microsoft Sam ever do to you?
Fuck Microsoft Sam. I don't like listening to that motherfucker.
Microsoft Sam is an egregore, and he shall come for you in your sleep.
No, it does not. No, it does not. Well, you know what, dude?
You know what?
Why would I go to sleep during a Zoom call?
You know what I did?
Why would I go to sleep during a Zoom call?
I would type in things to Microsoft Sam to hear his beautiful melodic voice speak them back to me. Self-affirmations coming straight from his digital mouth.
Well,
so
you're
shut
weird.
the fuck up and get his name out of your fucking mouth.
That's because you're weird.
There is no weirdness on the internet, my friend. There is no concept of the word weird that will be put right into ourselves.
You know, weird is just another way of spelling wired.
Yeah, whatever, man. Just don't use that fucking shit on my fucking Zoom call.
Wait, by the way, we gotta
your network? Is this your
network?
We gotta hear from
I'm
Ono.
banned it for left.
Ono, you've been sitting here with the black sun spinning behind you, and not a lot of dialogue from you. So
edgy aesthetic.
Yeah, it is.
I was gonna say on the topic of dehumanization in virtual reality, I think the angle that this is a bad thing might be the wrong way to look at it. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with dehumanization in a virtual space. In the sense, it's not really a negative thing per se. It's allowing you to detach from the physical and sort of transcend that body into a sort of second layer virtual space that becomes sort of like a spiritual realm.
It's only bad if you don't understand how you're doing it.
You are virtually astral projecting.
By the way,
it is a direct translation at that point.
Currently I'm dick butt, but with an egg.
Yeah, I know. We noticed. We saw it. We see it. We see your dick.
Thank you so much. Yes,
I really like that spiritual dimension. I would say, like, first time I tried tilt brush and started drawing in space, I got a very almost spiritual elation from it, because I was suddenly the in this void space, the creator, and I could project any idea I wanted through the motion of my hand. And it's more that it's like when it's like technology isn't disassociated completely from reality. If we're in like a shitty room that smells bad and we put on a VR headset, we could try everything we want to live in a reality that's good, but it's still going to be this hellscape around us, and vice versa. We could be tricked by other people through social VR that they're good people or have good intentions, when all of our other senses that we rely on in the physical world would be, giving us red flags, or no longer giving us red flags in VR. And when that escalates, so it's more like, I feel like the conversation needs to be it's a balance between the physical world and VR, rather than VR being an end state of reality. Like,
and that
I hear a lot of people
comes
calling
back
it
to my point that
Yeah.
where I say that people on this platform, they use it as like, a replacement for their actual lives, and don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah,
Don't.
but I think it will get there, because it's going to be so good. It's going to be so good to be in there versus
we're only in the
around us.
entry levels of VR right
I don't
now.
understand
VR is only
though. Like
going to
once you
increase in
get
quality from here on out. It's
Yeah.
going
By the way,
to.
one
It's
quick
we're going
question.
to see a heightened level of production value. I mean, like I said, right? It's a very small percentage of the population that's using VR right now, which is why it still looks kind of fucking janky. But as there is money to be made, of course, the great capitalist machine will inevitably pursue VR as its new horizon, where they're going to be pouring lots of money, because
Most people don't
it's
like
not
putting a
going to be an
blindfold on their
escape
face
anymore. It's that
That's
I wanna-
also temporary. It could be like a chip. It could be
exactly.
Yeah,
So
chip
when you
or
have
glasses.
a
Most people don't like
subdermal,
injecting things inside themselves. Look at the anti-vax movement.
Well, I want.
Real quick
Except for
question.
Sweden.
Ono Jill.
Yeah.
I have a question for Ono Jill. What is he using for VR shit? Like, what's his gear? What's his gear like? Because
I don't.
gear docs yourself.
Yeah,
I
gear
don't.
docs. want
I
gear
don't
docs.
really do VR. I'm more of a Second Life person, TBH.
What is that?
Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
Second
I've
Life?
heard about it, but I've never even actually played.
Is that just
So-
an aesthetic? Okay.
Second Life is just essentially a large virtual chat room, much like btr-chat, just without the virtual reality aspect. So you can have like your own little avatar that you can customize pretty much any way you want.
Okay, you're
as
using so what you're doing is clicking on a fucking mouse. That's you're just seeing.
Yeah, you're
Yes.
sitting at your desk and clicking on a mouse.
Yes, essentially.
It's like the
Whereas
Sims or
whereas that
whatever.
things I've seen here in VRChat. So I've stumbled across there. There's a dance community. All right, there an erotic dancer community or something like that. Basically, they have a giant play area, wireless headsets, and they have a dancer pole in the middle of their play area. So what they do in VR is that they line the virtual pole up with their IRL pole in their their play area, and then they just go to town on it. Like they're getting up, they're spinning around. They're doing that one thing where they're holding out with their legs and they're spinning around like that. It's
every single.
Yeah,
I got
but
something
why
crazy.
would
Every
you
single
want to
one
get
of
on a virtual reality space just to do what you can do in real life? What's the point?
Why would you get on a virtual reality space to just do your job for free?
Yeah, exactly. Like, oh, I'm gonna go on virtual reality and I'm gonna.
Because
You know,
those are all
I just got
all dudes.
out of the
Because they're dudes.
I got out of the
I gotta
night
clarify
now. I
something.
gotta go home. And
I have to
do
clarify
it all
something
over
really
again.
important, okay? Those are not dudes. Those are my Filipino workers from Fiverr that raise bitcoins for me.
All right, I'm gonna give it up to Arian because he actually makes funny jokes sometimes. But the other stick is like.
I don't think the question is why do it. I mean, people will do it if they want to. It's just we have to consider as this medium gets built. It's like where are we taking humanity with this, and does there need to be parallels to reality for us to survive in it? That's my only concern. I think VR is really cool. I have VR gear. It honestly makes me a little dissociated and depressed when I use it too much because I think it's like overstimulating or whatever. But it's more just figuring out what's healthy because basically what I'm concerned with is you look at TV and TV focused on our eyeballs and like they came up with smell-o-vision in the 70s and it failed because it was like, what if you could smell your TV? And I'm just thinking in terms of VR, we're going to get to this minimum viable reality, which is just going to be like your eyes, ears, maybe like weird haptic senses or something. But we're going to miss all these senses. And then by the time like babies are getting born into VR headsets, they won't even know what it's like to like feel rain on their skin or like what it's like to smell a fresh like baked goods or things just because they're like
when the Matrix was first created, there was a man
one at a time, and let Gio speak. Gio, you've been here for a little bit.
Vodcorp's been interrupted a bunch of times now.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we're all interrupting each other here and there, but Gio has not had a chance to speak yet. So, Gio.
Well, no, I was going to say, you can hear me fine, right?
Yes,
yeah, I don't
yes.
have my camera on because I have messy hair and. Anyways, it's implying that babies would get born because my concern with digital technology is the basic. And I know I'm being self-aware and using the Landian sort of terminology that language and technology itself is like a virus that capitulates and mutates and colonizes certain mental and physical spaces. So my concern with a lot of VR technology is that, as we see now, what we would call meat space is becoming increasingly just a means of fuel and a means of productivity to fuel happenings in the online realm. And so if we were to extend that to a full body immersion, similar to a lot of science fiction like Existence, that Reddit thing, what was it called?
Sword Art Online.
If we were to do that, my concern is that basically all human life as we know it would cease to exist and we would just become what Giorgio Agamben calls bare life. We would just become what he calls the Homo sacer, where we exist in this perpetual state of stasis. And so when people say, well, when babies will be born into human battery ports, would people even reproduce anymore? Would people?
Yeah, why make the babies where you can just have virtual fantasy land?
We would drift off into this digital samsara, and we would basically step into the Sioran Thomas Ligotti abyss, where we all agree to stop breeding because who would breed anymore? Who would do anything anymore if we were to somehow?
The moment they're putting
push back a little bit.
The moment they're putting babies in VR headsets is the moment I start fucking planning a car bomb.
What are your
hey, I have something I'd like to
in Minecraft.
Based and Ted-pilled.
No, but based in tempo, but this is the logic of it because the idea of having a turning cop where we could somehow regulate technology because of certain pressures of, like, for example, the hedonic treadmill and the flow of capitalism and the flow of the corporatocracy, the way that they channel certain behavior pathogens into human populations, because VR, I think, is essentially an extension of biopower. And so what would happen is you can't just have a turning cop to say, okay, groomers with furry avies grooming little children, that's bad, and age play is bad, and they're going to turn off. No, because eventually that's going to become commodified or something like that. Eventually these systems of regulation will fall apart and people will go to this like libertine attitude of technology. And this is the problem. This is what Lewis Mumford and others and like talks about, is that technology is a furtherance of a certain kind of human discourse. And that's my problem. Oh, by the way, Helos, please follow me back. I can't believe this. I remember when you were only 500 followers. We were mutual.
Yeah, what the fuck, man? That's dirty. 30.
Anyways, yeah, sorry, that was a big long spiel, so I'm sorry. I just had to get up.
Aryan Cowboy, follow me back. I'll follow you back.
So,
but anyways,
what about this though? So, as you build the virtual space out more and more, all right, it gets more realistic like this. Eventually, yeah, let's say people they choose to live in VR and forget the meat space. So, what about uploading a human conscious on the metasphere upon the event of death?
Yeah, that's when we start. That's when we start building car bombs. That's when we start building car bombs.
In Minecraft.
The car bomb will be both virtual in this realm and then
Are people doing VR in the back of their car?
Listen,
I don't understand the fear response.
If you start uploading human consciousness into a digital space, that's the line. That's where I draw the line. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You can waste your life in doing VR shit. I've never touched a VR headset. I have no plans to touch a VR headset. I am very anti-technology. I use the most minimal amount that I can. You know, we live in a technological world. You can limit your usage of it. So I never plan to jack in. But when you're gonna be giving your if you know they figure out a way to, you know, the question is, can they do it? Let's not worry about whether or not they can. Let's assume they already know how and they already will. Whether or not that's, you know, possible, let's talk about it theoretically.
Well,
theoretically, let's say that we can take your mind and create a digital copy of it and either transfer it from cyberbrain to cyberbrain to cyberbody to cyberbody, or from digital space to digital space. So that means that someone has your essence quantified in a data cloud somewhere, which means that they can technically, if you get hacked, someone could hack your soul and create a digital hell for you to exist in, or, you know, take control of you and start making you do things that you don't want to do. When you give yourself this sort of, it's basically like asking yourself to be tortured by demons for eternity, basically. Is what I'm saying.
Let's just back up here. All right, so
never underestimate what people do on the internet to fuck with
copying and uploading a scan of your head. That is not you. That is a copy of you. That's why I have the situation as upon death.
Right. Well,
so
I'm assuming you're already dead.
It's not like someone willingly is offing themselves to upload themselves on the metasphere. I'm talking about
two things here.
One of the uploading.
Jules,
one of the uploading theories. Let me just interject one of the uploading theories here. They would put your brain in a silicon, and then they'd laser out the organic part, leaving the synapses like in the block.
I don't
there's
even
a
like
theory
talking
that
about this, like,
that would be one way of uploading, which is like in between an upload and the ship of Theseus piecemeal engineering.
Because there has to be the part of is our consciousness separate from the matter that makes us up? Is
obviously not. No,
there.
definitely not. I don't believe that. I don't believe that it's necessarily possible. But if there is some way that they find to give artificial intelligence, to me, like, my opinions on this are fairly out there when it comes to everything that has to do with technology. But I'm assuming that most of you aren't going to be, you know, willing to take that and listen. So I'm saying, you know, if they can, the implications of that could be dire. So it's a presupposition. I don't think they can. I don't think they can.
Well, then you would have a program that has the entire human intelligence of a starting point, the entire life intelligence and knowledge of that individual, plus now they're a program and they're no longer human, they're a machine now. So that thing can learn now.
Well,
okay, by the way,
there's two things.
Heisenberg uncertainty is proof. Heisenberg uncertainty is proof that God's crypto system runs the universe. Midwit's blown the fuck out. The only valid path is Dharma. If you don't fucking do it, you'll reincarnate as a slug. If you'll reincarnate as a fucking slave.
Yeah. But that's the thing. You can't.
I just have a question. I got a question.
Wait, one at a time.
I got a question for technical DVR. So what are the effects on eyesight? So Petey, you seem like you use that fucking headset for long periods of time.
Oh God.
What? What's the
what?
Okay, go on.
So what's the effects on eyesight?
2020,
hey, follow
baby.
me back, Helios. I want you to follow me back. But,
yeah, I got 2020.
I'm not following anyone. Stop harassing me.
I mean, I'm a
Helios,
programmer
I
and my eyes
defended
are
you in that
screwed from the
tournament, okay,
computer,
please.
so I can
I'm
imagine
begging you.
VR.
Okay, the
someone.
AR. So
yeah, and I use Flux. By the way, I recommend to everybody who does not do it. And by the way, subscribe since I have a chance to speak right now. Please subscribe right now. I use f.lux Flux. So right now my computer is actually turning a bit orange as the day goes on, and that's important not to have that much blue light, because we're normally supposed to go to sleep when the sun sets and we start developing melatonin, and those are other questions as far as how it's going to affect us. The one thing that I've been very curious about though this whole time is if we're talking about this world that we're in right now, I mean, people like to throw around, we're living in a simulation, yada yada, but I think that the world we're living in right now has it's like an infinite dream, imagination, whatever you want to say, God's mind, where so many things are possible. And I think that influence as far as images, logos, all these different things, what I think Helios brought up as far as being a fear that people would have of... No, I think it was Cowboy. You brought up the fact that it would be scary and dehumanizing to see somebody in like a weird avatar that you were not expecting, as opposed to going through the text where you can kind of use your emotions.
That's just the beginning of it.
Oh yeah, no, I was seeing something weird and
excuse me, Mr. Furry. Excuse me, he called on me.
He say your name.
Oh man,
perfect.
Peter looks upset.
That is the vibe, isn't it?
Hey,
I feel you.
Hey, Petey didn't answer my question. Petey, answer my question.
We're working on it.
What are your eyesight? What's your eyesight
Judge,
like?
Judge.
2020, dude. I don't wear
Judge.
corrective lenses.
Peter, holy fuck. You fucking Redditors. Learn some etiquette.
Okay, I don't go on Reddit. So, Peter, wait, so you're okay? It's 2020. Like the long-term effects, it doesn't. The 2020, like, so your vision's not that like fucked with like long-term VR use.
No.
Huh.
Okay. Well, okay, so he's been using it for 3 years. And try 30 years.
Whatever it is, we become a slug that can barely see and needs technology to supplement all our biological systems. But yeah, I wanted to address Helios thing on the digital hell, because there was this article that came out a year ago about like this drug company that made a drug that suppresses like your ability to perceive the passing of time, and they were thinking of giving it to prisoners so that they could like live out like 10-year, 20-year, 100-year sentences in like the course of a couple minutes.
Demolition Man, like Demolition Man.
Yeah, and so it's like, what happens when we're all plugged into the Matrix and they can just flip a switch and make us have 1,000 years of like void hell? Like, what's that going to do to people, especially if we still consider them consciousnesses like that can be, it's just destroyed.
Well, those are like drug
experiences
too. Like people could take DMT or not DMT, the other one, salvia. I don't know if I'm saying the right one, but they can live a long time.
Here's what I think about that.
Reincarnate.
So if we're talking about, I mean, digital hell, we already experience this to a certain extent, where you have disassociative tendencies on the internet, and there's like what the one guy with the black thumb, he was saying that there's a certain good thing that can come from separating yourself from your ego, and there's definitely not everything about it is purely bad. But if you're giving somebody control over your alleged consciousness in a digital version, then yes, they could foreseeably. So it brings into the question, what would we do with thought crime? So say somebody does something bad in VR chat, say somebody says the dreaded word, then they get sent to 2,000 years of cock and
I think if we are a little out of bounds, it'd be nice to pull back, but we've kind of given control to our guests and created a genuine democracy. So if we get tanked, it's partly out of our control.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I won't say the M word again. Just say the M word. All right.
No, you really do want to avoid language like that.
We're building this to try to help everyone.
Hello.
I hope we don't lose the privilege.
Can I please
So,
speak?
so thinking about this digital
He wants
hell,
to talk. Let the man talk.
Hey, hello. Good morning, Redditors. Hello. Can I talk? Okay. To respond to what Helio said, yes, I have been preparing my entire life for cyberbardo. I'm gonna hack my way out.
Hey,
Peter, I got a question.
2,000 years will not be anything but a training ground to harden the soul.
That's damn right.
Well, I just had a question about the eyesight stuff. So no one's had a problem with the VR like for long-term eyesight. That's all I want to know. No. Okay.
Judge, you're gonna go blind. Okay, just get used to it.
I'm just gonna go blind.
If you don't have good vision to begin with, and you don't have corrective vision, it like does hurt your eyes. It causes them to strain.
No,
that would likely cause issues over time.
If the VR headset's hurting your eyes, you didn't set the focal and the pupillary.
I just have horrible eyes. That's all.
So
if it's
hurting your eyes,
yeah,
and you adjust it.
Yeah, so
we're not asking if it's straining your vision. We're asking what the long-term effects of it are. And now I don't really care what the long-term effects of it are because I don't plan on using it. But Judge is really worried that he might go blind. And it's either going to be the VR headset or his excessive masturbation. So we need to figure out which one.
Probably.
So we got to narrow it down for him so he knows. So does VR, is it going to make him go blind? Please tell the man. He's been asking for 20 minutes.
It's not going to make you go blind.
Judge won't mind if he's blind if he has a murder of crows, keeping eyes out for him, giving him feedback.
I'll chill out with the jacking off though, with the masturbation. So hopefully,
you really
I'll
how could you ever present yourself in such categories?
Oh my God, Terminator.
No, but if I may have a
you said that you had to be in a VR avatar to have presence. Vodcorp has more presence with just his voice than you will ever have in your.
And it's annoying. It's fucking annoying,
my friend. I deserve this voice because of the way that I move in the network. I slither around like a snake in the wires. The ghost.
Oh man,
Vodcorp is truly living his best digital existence.
Hey, is it cool if I go away? I gotta head out.
Wait, go away forever?
Yeah, I gotta head out pretty soon here.
Anytime.
Judge,
all right, man.
Come back.
Hey, I just have one thing to say, Judge.
Irish exit.
What's up, bro? What do you gotta say? What do you gotta say? What do you gotta say, bro?
Judge, I have to say that I truly appreciate you as a man, and I hope that you can find the caliber here in the network.
I don't even know what you just said. I can't. You just mumbled. It's a mumbling.
Judge not, lest ye be judged. Now get the fuck out.
Judge prepared to be judged.
Crack! It was her crack. Before I leave, it was her crack.
Judge,
God!
I have to get something from Judge real quick. Okay. I want an apology for saying the N-word and calling me a retard.
Judge, why did you say that?
What we said other words, and we've already said the word terrorism in this chat, so I'm sure we've hit all the
humanitarian effort to this chat. We are not a terrorist organization.
I mean,
obviously.
I got stuff to work on.
Thursday.
So if you say terrorism, it'll get the stream like unmonetized or something.
No, it's already unmonetized. By dropping the N-bomb. Google's probably already detected that word.
Nice.
Although
technically they actually
we're
can't
disavowing
monetize
it,
any
even
of
though
this stuff because
their
they don't have
Autistic
1,000
Mercury says it's
subscribers.
Lindy.
So there is
False
no
Gallus.
monetization possibility.
Well,
Joker
I disavow the N-word.
Mumbashi said that in the first 15 to 30 minutes, that's when Google senses whether some bad language is spoken, and after that, no, I guess. I don't know. That's at least what Mumbashi wrote.
No,
we are going to have to monitor
with the auto-generated closed captioning. They know what words you're speaking.
So and just think about that. So the implication of what is in a YouTube video, if they can detect that, then the algorithm doesn't need to be much more sufficiently updated.
Buddy, I've been doing YouTube for so long. I'm tired of the YouTube conversation. That's why I moved here.
So that's what forget YouTube. Fuck YouTube. Who cares about YouTube? They're going to be
just
able
a bunch
to
of people. They could be
YouTube is no longer a wild creative freedom where everyone's just making stuff to make stuff.
Well,
So
because they're
look at exactly what happens.
At a reason.
The same thing is going to happen to
of a
VR
certain
chat. The
discourse.
exact same thing.
Yeah,
You're
but,
going
I
to
mean-
have people employing algorithms that are going to be doing the exact same things that they're doing now on
Yeah,
YouTube,
but
but
then
it's
I
going to be
move on.
happening
I mean-
in real time. And
Yeah,
the
it needs
thing
to be
is with the
decentralized.
acceleration of technology, you're going to be able to move on, but it's going to be more and more and more frequent where they catch up even faster. The next time they're going to police the digital zones so firmly because that is what they're afraid of. If they're afraid of someone voicing their opinion, then they're going to stop at nothing with getting full digital control. You understand that this is just the beginning. If you don't like what's happening to YouTube and you don't like the way that that's happened, then just wait for when they come for VR chat, because it was just YouTube, so you didn't stand up for YouTube because you were not a YouTuber. But when it came for VR chat, you did not stand up because you were not a VR chatter. But then when they came for you in your goo chamber, it was too late.
No, but exactly, that's the thing. I think my basic critique of a lot of this train of thinking would be when it comes to issues of like Ray Kurzweil transhumanism. To me, I think on a phenomenological level, you can't really reduce being in the world to a series of computational frequencies, and you have a lot of nerds in analytic philosophy that debate, well, what about qualia and what about this and the experience of a human? It's like, no, it's like they haven't read continental stuff, so they don't know about this. So when you translate that, you have a very clunky frame of reference when you're trying to transcribe the human experience into the digital. And as technologies somewhat aid that, eventually you will have not a perfect one-to-one pairing, but you will have a subjectivity and a being in the world that is structured and is perfected in such a way that can cope with the reality of like digital info overload. And there will be people that can adapt to it. But the problem is, my biggest problem is that when you sort of gear humanity towards a certain way of being to such an extent that to only exist, to make money, to feed yourself, would be you have to, inflict yourself into this environment of the digital soma, into the internet hell world. And so the problem is, and of course you add corporations into all this as well, the globalist corporatocracy, the pedophiles that run the world. And so eventually you will have a situation where to not be online will become impossible. And to me, that's just a hell of hells.
Exactly. It becomes a real prison. It becomes our container and will affect our behavior in ways that you would see with animals in zoos that can't do what they wish to do. That they don't
life
have
in
freedom of
Utopia, exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, it does become a hell like that, and that's why it's like how many people are actually the scoundrels that like ruin the good time for everyone? Is it 1%, 1% of 1% of Twitter who says some shit? Like at the end of the day, I'd rather have that 1% very easy to look at, monitor, and make your own decisions on than like have these giant censorship bodies control what we can all say, because it is that slippery slope. But
I think that's the thing. I'm not against this technology either, because I admit most of my life has been on the internet. So
I think you guys are more affected by the negatives aspects of Twitter than I am standing in here in VR.
My friend, it was never once this way. I am telling you the truth. It was never like this at all. It never was this way. It used to be a glamorous environment filled with inconsequential desires. It moved forward. We didn't have to, debate each other and try to find progress. Progress was already there.
Yeah, that's
progress is the progress of nature itself.
Radio.
But that's the thing. We have to get rid of this idea that the internet and technology is wild, wild west. It's not. I mean, the platforms that are becoming increasingly...
What do you mean it's not the Wild West, boy?
Yeah,
it is.
But that's as time goes on, certain bodies, transnational bodies, will colonize. Not just colonize; they own the internet. And so eventually, what happens is the internet becomes cordoned off and becomes "quote unquote" neater. And so eventually, you'll have a situation where to access any corridor of the internet that is somewhat "quote unquote" darker than like the top 3 major sites will become impossible eventually. And so, yeah.
So the shift, Pete, what Gio is referring to, is how the shift from Web 1.0 to Web 2.0 affected the internet. And that is if you don't understand what that means, then you don't fundamentally understand what Bodcorp was referring to. You don't understand what we're saying when we're saying, look, your digital soul is going to be owned by a corporation that's going to be able to put you in the ban zone, and you will have to fully experience that ban zone. It's the internet's only been around since fucking the 90s, right? The 90s.
80s.
It's 80s, 90s, but it's like not very long. We see with the acceleration of technology, FODCorp, the internet as a spiritual reality, maybe, but the internet as a digital reality, it hasn't been around for that long. And with the acceleration of technology itself, we're going to be seeing more and more of the shit that it's already happening right now. And it's just going to be getting worse and more, we're going to have to pay 20 tokens to access X. Pay, or you've been, it's
exactly.
We're
creating
increasingly
herbivores
monetized
right now on the internet, right? We're hyperstitionally creating certain thought forms, certain ergogores that are going to spread forth and inform our consciousness even further. So,
I have a question.
We'll soon need to actually go to virtual court and actually serve virtual jail time. You will log into your computer and you will sit here and you will serve virtual jail time like they did in Second Life. They will send you to the cornfield and you cannot leave. You must sit there.
Then there's the full
you won't be able to actually
exacerbation of
log off of the computer. You'll be on there forever.
No, you can't turn off the computer.
In the future, if you turn off the computer, you die.
In the future,
you guys aware of the Scanner Darkly ending? Are you aware of the Scanner Darkly ending?
Oh wait, Petey, before you go, any final thoughts? And I really appreciate that you came today. Thank you so much for coming. You were amazing, and I love your avatar, and I love all the creations that you create. You are awesome. Fuck the haters.
You're a legend.
Yeah.
You guys,
we love
Commander.
FODCorp, stop.
Yeah, don't listen to the haters. Haters are just fans.
Yeah, I absolutely love the dog avatar.
Thank you for coming.
It brings me a childlike happiness.
Internet's a place for creation, not fucking social reform.
That's a great stance. I fucking love that.
And then you have to convince people that's not creation.
What is social reform but
of
creation?
That's my parting words.
All right, take care. Thank you so much for coming, Petey.
Thanks, Peter.
Namaste.
So I have a question for Helios. The one thing that I was talking to Jules about, and Jules isn't really on board with this idea, but ever since I started meditating, I'm getting a lot more comfier with the idea
Going off
that...
my DeLorean now. Bye.
Bye-bye. I'm getting a lot more comfier with the idea that through meditation practice, people can have access to an inner internet, where they'll be able to communicate with people, much like we're communicating now, using their minds to create websites, basically the astral realm. Now, obviously, people are not at the levels to do that.
You're using digital metaphors, yes.
Yes, I'm using digital metaphors.
So
it's already there.
Yes, let's talk about that. I now have assumed control of the stream, so it's Helios time. So yeah, you're right with that, and that technology side of reality right now is infringing on our spiritual development. 1000%. I agree.
100% agree.
Yeah. So yes. When you meditation unlocks things in our minds that we've let lay dormant for maybe thousands of years. That's the whole problem that I have with technology. It is a distraction. It's why I am against transhumanism, because the whole premise of transhumanism is that there's something wrong with being human. Is it not? That's what it means. It means that we are deficient, and so we must become a machine or part machine to become truly whole or better. You can transcend without adding anything to your body. You can reach transcendental states without taking any drugs. It's not necessary to use compounds like DMT or LSD to see into the beyond. You can do it just through meditation. Drugs are like cheat codes. And so describing things like, websites in the astral world. I understand what you're trying to convey there. It's something that we've lost touch with, and in these subsequent generations where they're just pouring fucking, information into our minds that is completely useless, that we don't need to even know about. Like, who cares? Who cares about this crap that they're just shoveling in our face? Like, television, of course, was the first big breakthrough in this sort of mind control technology, where as long as you keep people with enough entertainment in their face that they can turn on whenever they want and just go to the box and just plug in. I mean, there's no difference between television, the internet, VR. To me, it's all the same thing. Yeah. There is no fundamental spiritual, physical difference. It's all a form of distraction to keep us from getting in touch with our true selves, from cultivating spiritual relationships, from living our lives to the fullest. It's weights on our ankles pulling us down.
Yeah. Where would you put in something like a Greek tragedy or any kind of play or books even? So, for example, if I read a book, like if I read Vladimir Nabokov, I could imagine the world that he's building, and in a way it's either that I'm contacting whatever he wanted to build or I'm building it my own. But the point is that I'm doing training of the psychic realm by reading books.
I would argue that world's already there. It's already there inside your head. It can be accessed. Everything stems from the natural world in itself. Like,
let's even go much further.
If I'm to interject for a moment,
into his
okay, hold on.
He described in his book, and you are accessing it through that book as a key that you can open it and you can see what he was shown.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it.
It already existed before he wrote the book. It already existed before he even considered it. And he was just tapping into something else, downloading it.
Tapped it in.
This is what Jung says about the artist as well.
You could argue that all those ideas are already out in space. They come to us, and we interpret them into mediums so that other people can understand. We have a desire to. It's more the question of why do you even want to read that? And it's the deficiency of that already existing within your own being. So you extract from the outside world and bring it in. And just in my interpretation as someone who's in technology, because I kind of have a fundamental, every day I'm switching between, do I just run off into the woods and be by myself, or do I want to participate in this like society and technology? And it's the idea that we, through these mediums, through technology, can give people, I like the word keys to unlock things within themselves. And I think that's what's really special about the immersive medium is it's the potential to offer all of the human experience to someone else so that they can understand truly in every detail what you meant and go off into their own world. So,
it is art. That's it. It is art. Yeah. That's it. That is what you can classify it under. And I think that is probably all in all what makes it the most beautiful thing at the end of the day, objectively. Things like this can be the most powerful form of expressive medium that we have never had, access or potential to before. Sure, you can say that, we can, sort of gather and, hold on to these ideas and sort of project them in their minds, or, have something to us that is personal that, we have to get like this immediate, satisfaction for, like, watching this or doing this. But, it is art that has to be created at the end of the day by an individual, and whether you want to say it's mass produced or shoved in people's faces or whatever, it is important, and it does offer some great catharsis in a way.
Can I push back on that a little bit?
Sure. I just want to say one. Okay, I'm gonna skip. I'm gonna say my thing later on. Gio, go for it.
No, you go ahead first, Lev. You've been kind of bitched around a little bit.
No, it's fine. Okay, the one thing I wanted to say about the black sun behind you is that in a way it's also a model of the universe, where we have the ring, which is like the mother, we have the point in the center, which is like the father, out of which everything is created, but then all the stuff right in between, all that spinning stuff, to me that is art, where human beings seem to be in such a position that we're not just living in the cycle of nature. We're not just bound to it, just bound by instincts like all the other animals are. There is something about us that is godlike in the fact that we are also creation, like we are also creators. And that is what I see the reason why we're not just merging with consciousness from the beginning. The reason why we actually are in this middle ground position. And I think life is also, I think life is also a kind of art piece in that sense. What are the decisions that human beings are going to make? And I think this is why it's important that we have certain limitations. Because if we could just live forever and fly around and just do whatever it is you do in a VR space, it feels like there wouldn't be something to push against that would enable us to sacrifice for other people and to just do things that would
always
test our own
entropy,
humanity.
no?
Well, that was going to be one of my points, I think. And then, of course, Lev, now that the black sun has been used by Wignats, now people will never learn that info because it's anti-Semitic or whatever. So, but no, that's a good point. That how do you see your name? Ono?
Just call me Jill, actually.
Oh, Jill. Okay, yeah. I was thinking, like, is that Jill?
Yeah, from Twitter. Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh, I think I've seen you around. But no, but the point about art, me being an artist myself, I think I'm more of a traditional artist, and I have friends who are digital artists. But my main problem that I've noticed, especially with what you would call, and they have a stupid, term for it among art world people. What do they call it? The gramification of the art world, the Instagramification of the art world. My problem with, I do agree that a lot of this is neutral, that even since as early as the 1990s, there has been certain art exhibits that have tried to incorporate virtual technology. One of them was in Montreal, was called Osmos. Terrence McKenna talked about it. The problem I have is that I notice with digital art is that after a while, because of certain trends, because of the pressure to produce, and because of the ease and availability of technology to produce realistic and highly rendered and aesthetically appealing images, what happens is there's a trend towards a sameness within digital art that is sort of kind of a bit more difficult within a physical medium such as painting. Like, for example, one of the avatar that I'm known for, this is one of my paintings right here. And so I think my main criticism is that a lot of these skills towards craft and towards art is sort of becoming more atrophied, as a lot of younger artists especially don't want to put in the time to create art through physical tactile means such as drawing. Instead, when you have a computer template of drawing, then that sort of trends you towards a certain style. It's like, I only want to draw anime, I only want to draw this, and you don't really learn the hard way to render a realistic image.
It's the culmination of all the changes in our culture. It's because people used to, or good artists bring people towards an idea through their art. They show them a different vision. The art today, the very like popcorn, eat it, TikTok video stuff, is like bringing attention to the self, and it's more like a narcissistic driven thing.
Exactly.
Yes. You just want yourself to be exposed in a material sense to the entire world and to matter here, rather than guiding people towards an idea. And then that's why people, you generally, if it's for an idea, you respect the idea and how you choose to represent it. And generally that takes more time or intrigue study. It doesn't necessarily have to be amazing, but it has to be authentic.
Aiden, you've problematized my criticism in some ways, in that being someone who has sort of an ear towards the contemporary art world, where a lot of people on the right don't. A lot of this self-absorbed narcissistic trash is even present within traditional art mediums. Like, there are a lot of paintings that get commissioned, a lot of art exhibits that get commissioned of like literally frumpy women that raid the fridge at night. I've seen paintings of this. Go to Jerry Saltz's Instagram. Everything he promotes is all about the body and the self in its most grotesque and erogenous, de-eroticized capacity. And so really, I think that the digital realm is just a tool, an extension of that. And so, you've sort of neutralized my anti-tech criticism of using digital technology in the art world, because the same ever-present narcissism is still present within traditional mediums. I mean, throughout history, let's face it, some of the great artists that I love, like even Gauguin, like he loved doing underage Native women, so he painted underage Native women that he was doing nefarious things with.
I think that speaks more on art itself and the state of modern art than it really has to do with technology. Maybe in the way that the modern artists feel some sort of sense of entitlement or something, or the degrading of art itself.
Well, it's kind of like
Because
the rise of ego, isn't it? Because if we look at the ancient or the archaic Greeks, they saw themselves as puppets controlled by the wills of the gods, and now all of a sudden you have Leonardo da Vinci back when he was around, creating perspective art. It's like we have more of a sense of ourselves being apart from everything else, which is a double-edged sword. Where
But this is the thing, Lev. You've just reminded me. This is the thing that people forget with all this woke culture, and these people, they pretend to read Michel Foucault, and they haven't read Michel Foucault enough, because in the history of sexuality, he talks about how the Greeks did not have a concept of the subject or the self. They had a phronesis, they had a capitulation, a habituation of the self through action. And so they didn't have like this obsession with identity, this post-Freudian sort of Oedipal longing for becoming, quote unquote, becoming who you are in a way that's very, kind of reified.
Finding myself. I'm going to go find myself.
Yeah, I'm going to go find myself. But I think, Jill, you wanted to respond to me if I...
That's hilarious. And if anything, the most, arguably, but the side that I would take is like, it's the most egregious use of art or anything is it's like the corruption of innocence. And I think that's where a lot of art has gotten is like, it is the fetishization of innocence or the corruption or whatever represented in form. And that's what leads to maybe some of the kind of worst of our human selves is when we take that.
And if everyone wants an expose into this, Aiden, I agree with go to my Twitter profile, look up my pin tweet, Bodily Profanations, my series on the Abortion is Normal art exhibit. I break down everything. If you want to really peer into the contemporary art world, please read my stuff. Please share it. Please, I'm begging you.
Your Twitter handle is your name here, right?
Yeah. Basically, I go into a lot of contemporary political activist art in that series at Rocka Reviews. Please, I'm shilling right now. But
I've been to a couple of things.
Abortion.
I've been to these things just given the world that I'm in, and I've never identified with it. I've never even really cared for any organized structures to begin with. So kind of the weird art world where you're trying to be provocative and like get weird old dudes' attention has never been really interesting to me. I'm curious what you've posted. Because I think I follow a similar lens, and I think that's in the rational sense. Is like, does your stomach feel good when you see this? If it doesn't, and maybe there's enough people where it doesn't, there's maybe something wrong with it.
Like all the art that Tony Podesta collects. I know I talked about him before, but just looking at it, it just looks gross. You know what I mean? Just
you shouldn't have to justify it with words.
And that's the thing.
The delicate nature of life.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think. But if you read my series, I like to take a profound sort of maybe what would you call it, a fair shake at a lot of these very prolific artists in the contemporary art world.
Marina Abramovic.
Yeah, well, I love Marina Abramovic. I think what she's doing is great.
No,
I know it's Delos. I know you want to say something on that.
She's a Satanist.
Do you think she's doing it on purpose?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
But
She's
that's
very
for
self-aware.
the opposite
She
effect.
knows exactly what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. She's doing it decisively. She's been doing it since she was 18, carving upside down pentagrams into her stomach with a knife. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Well, I would argue that, yes, she is. There's always an interpretation whether she is a Satanist or not. I mean, of course.
She's a Satanist.
Well, what's the alternative?
What kind of Satanist?
Well,
I guess we don't know the
that she's a
differences.
Thalemite, so.
Yeah.
I mean,
blood magic, blood ritual.
Who cares what the specific definition
all
is?
Satanists
She
are the
worships
same,
the
dude.
devil.
I think the Levian one
worships
is
the devil.
the Levian one. If I had to choose to pick to
Don't choose.
associate with Satanists, I would choose the Levians over the other ones.
No, but
they're all a
I would
bunch of
say
fucking
my
Reddit
argument would
faggots.
be
Like,
that
fuck them.
I agree with you. Like I am Catholic myself, and I think that a lot of what she does is abominable. But I think that there is value in the extent to which we can peer into the mindset of the people that give support to and promote and patronize such art, the people that are at the top, because she has a lot of elite connections.
Are
I
you
think that is a
saying that the only
barometer.
thing that she has use for is to be a litmus test to expose these people that associate with her? If you're saying that, then sure, she's a good entry red pill, if you want to put it that way, because she's creating analogs for cannibalism, human sacrifice throughout all of her work. It's like this destruction of the human body, or the profaning of the human body, where she makes life-size naked cakes of these people, of these celebrities, and then the celebrity partakes in auto-cannibalistic ritual.
Will Ferrell was one of the celebrities at that party.
Auto-cannibalism is when you eat yourself. Someone from the Transhumanist Party was recently booted. He was the nominee, and Gennady, who's been on our stream, sent out an email kicking Ben Zion, who was the leader, out because he made a video where he cultured meat of himself, and he used stem cells. He made
that's like the Cronenberg kid, his film
in a video. And the Transhumanist Party has a strict anti-cannibalism and auto-cannibalism policy, so you're not allowed to eat other people or yourself.
So I say auto-cannibalism, but it's pseudo auto-cannibalism. She's eating a cake that looks like herself. It's not really her, but symbolically, what's the difference? If she's eating a, portrayed version of her in flour, sugar, and icing, it's what is meant by the symbolic gesture of eating herself.
Yeah. It is a message, and messages have powerful effects on our psyche. When we see that kind of stuff, it does have tangible outcomes.
And then you have Marina Abramovic just standing there darkly with this half smirk on her face, like the Mona Lisa, watching from afar, as this horrible, despicable scene or she poses over her victim like a cadaver on a table with their guts and fucking lungs just ripped out, and she's just standing there like some sort of laconic doctor, eyeing them from like Satan from beyond the gates of hell. It's just fucked.
Do you remember her piece that she did during the Serbian War, where she danced atop a pile of dirty cow?
Gio?
Oh, Gio got cut out.
Just trying to clean the flesh off of the calf bones after this hypnotic dance after a few hours. So across the way, it was in Venice.
600 cow femurs.
Yeah, and right across the way was gunfire that you could hear from Venice, from the Serbian War. You could hear the bombs going off.
Yeah,
and,
she's extremely edgy, and just as always, she's from the beginning of her career as a performance artist. I've seen that she always forces herself into the spotlight. So she's doing the same thing now. She's elbowing her way into the spotlight, allying herself with people like Gaga and other very prominent celebrities. And if you look, a while ago I posted a bunch of pictures of just the random shit that she's done, and it's just I don't think many people are really familiar with that. But then you have her BAM, and it ties all in together, guys. It all ties in together. She is the face of this new Microsoft HoloLens VR technology, where she is selling her new performance art piece called The Life, where she is portrayed in this digital world where she says, "Here I live on in eternity." It's like some sort of fucking digital immortality that she's couching in very artistic and symbolic words, but that's what it is. And so how do we look at her work and not understand that there may be something innately sinister with this technology itself, where here we're preserved, here I am kept forever is her exact words. Here I am kept forever. So what does that sound like? Does that not sound like some sort of, one person's heaven is another person's hell. So we just have to hope that the person, it's heaven for all of us, and that's just not going to be the case.
To extract it out and maybe try to look at it in some type of rational way, and what does it mean for art? Because at the end of the day, do we just end up being critics of someone else's different tastes, or is there something more fundamental to what they represent? And I would go, Mariana Abramovich almost to me represents like the victim. She's always the punching bag or like the person to be bled in all of her performances. So I think it, in essence, represents her audience. The ones who enjoy it, they're more the person who is the predator to the victim.
Yeah,
so,
for sure.
So then you go, okay, as art, we go, the people who are attracted to this type of art are either one, victims of their own trauma, and this is a way of externalizing it and dealing with it. And I think that can be healthy. But two, the other part is, well, let's just say art is a way of dealing with things that you've experienced. So a lot of
I'll give you that. Yeah, I'll give you that.
I'm forgetting his name, but he depicts, never mind. Whatever it is it's more so the reflection of the people who enjoy taking a slice of her effigy and eating it, is more like, that is someone who in their mind, maybe they're just not cognizant, maybe they're not thinking in their senses. But I go, these are successful people generally. These are people who have made it pretty far.
Celebrities. Tony Podesta, John Podesta, Hillary Clinton.
So
these are the people that Marina associates herself with.
Yeah. So in
Jay-Z,
you have to go, there's
James
some
Franco.
desire to have that relationship and that power over this effigy. And that's where you have to go in terms of how it represents people. You would go, maybe they're not people I'd associate with. Maybe these are people who seek power at all costs, and they don't mind doing horrible things because it's represented through the art that they enjoy, and things like that. We're always sending a message. I would say maybe Marina Abramovich maybe she's not a victim at all. She is insulting the victim. She could be fully well aware, but maybe there's some embedded trauma that's fractalized into her artistic expression that pariahs of society take advantage of.
But I think my argument would be, you have to look at sort of the genealogy of these artistic discourses, these aesthetic discourses that she's engaged in, because you mentioned before about how technology, how artists always promote technology and use it in different ways. I would argue a lot of these concepts are already present within the art world way before technology sort of catches up. For example, with performance art, Marina Abramovich inhabits a certain type of body art and a certain type of performance art that is using occultism and using Thalemite concepts in such a way as to provoke a sinister sort of sadistic response in a lot of her work. But I would argue that given the deterritorialization of the performance and of the piece of art itself, because now performance becomes a piece of art and VR becomes a piece of art and is an extension of that, I argue that even performance and body art still has kernels of truth and beauty and divinity within it. For example, one of my favorite artists would be Ana Mendieta, the Cuban-American artist, who was very similar to Abramovich, but her message is way more holistic and divine and spiritual, as opposed to ugly and satanic and grotesque, because it's the use of the grotesque, I think, that drives a lot of Marina Abramovich, the Beanie's Action School artists that, bathe in blood and let naked models roll across the canvas in pig's blood.
Free bleeding.
Yeah, free bleeding was period
Geo.
blood is also another thing that Abramovich uses in her one piece, where she's mimicking a very Thalemite ritual where she drinks honey one day and she drinks 8 glasses of water. Saturnalia Sundown on Twitter, he has an excellent thread on the occultism of Marina Abramovich. I highly recommend. He's been on the show. I highly recommend everyone go and look up Saturnalia Sundown. His thread is top notch if you want to understand the mindset of Marina Abramovich. So,
well, there's one thing I want
to.
Yeah. Helios, go first.
Okay. So, did you see, Geo? It was this Chinese play, and all of the actors were dressed in these silicone animal suits. It was like these anthropomorphized animals with, pigs, cows, and it was all very almost cartoonized, where the pigs had these very round, fat suits, and then there was this giant mother pig that was giving birth. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think I've seen this. Yes, I think I have.
It's been a while. It was like last year that this was happening. It was like I believe that she was associated with it in some respect, which is I think how I heard about it. But it like is depicting like, and so obviously there's a lot of, you know, it's like a stage production, so there's a lot of production value that went into it. But they have like these costumes that can be taken apart, where they have like, you know, like blood and guts underneath the top layer of the skin, and it is this sort of celebration of this grotesque Animal Farm style barnyard scene that devolves into has sacrificial undertones.
All
like
pigs must
just
die. Exactly. Yeah.
that. Yeah, is that what it is? I can't remember. The name is in Chinese, so I don't know what it actually was called. But
yeah,
it
she
has
was
this
funding it. If I recall, she was funding it. Yeah.
I'm trying to look it up right now.
Dark.
Invictus.
Is that the name of it? I don't know.
It's a bear word.
And if anything, you see an obsession with material messaging from that type of art. There's no subtlety or tact within it, and I guess that's their way of getting their message across, but it doesn't necessarily stand the test of time. And it's,
the lack of subtlety is another thing that I would say that modern art has a very large problem with. Is there is no subtlety, there is no room, as you say, for interpretation. You don't give the viewer the chance to sort of draw their own conclusions from it. You punch them in the face and say, this is the conclusion and the only conclusion, so this is what the conclusion will be.
Or something,
you know,
like
Wouldn't you say that about Podesta's art?
Yeah, but ironically,
Podesta's
don't
art
you
is so
think
fucked.
that looking at some sort of mediums of abstract and modern art, that some of it is to a point of abstraction where it isn't easily interpretable? So looking at it in a way is like, oh, I don't know what this is. You know,
or maybe it doesn't have any meaning at all.
How can you
the
know?
possibility with certain forms of abstract art.
How can we tell at that point? Like,
I think
what line can we draw?
If it's just a bunch of paint dribbles on a piece of wood, then yeah, there's no meaning behind it.
Well,
how do you know?
You draw your own
No,
meaning.
guys.
Yes,
The problem I think we have is the definitions here. I think what Jill is referring to is modern art proper. But what Helos is referring to, I think you're referring to contemporary art, because modern art really was the ambiguity of abstraction, whereas a lot of postmodern and contemporary art, they're like very much Marina Abramovic, like this is one meaning, this is hyper political, writing Black Lives Matter on a canvas sort of deal. And I think that the problem
Fuck white
is
people.
with the definition of it, right?
Yeah. It maybe it's not about the abstraction. I mean, what I go do is thinking of like seeing a painting you'd find in a Catholic or Christian church or something. It could be a very violent depiction of some historical event or like an abstract interpretation. But when maybe even just a child sees it, they may just understand that this painting has some type of embedded energy or power, or that it's beautiful. They may not see the death in skeletons. They may not understand what that means. And it's
violence can be beautiful.
Like, if I was to show you a Basquiat painting, like, what would you consider that? You know, would you consider that something very outlandish and, you know, very definite and hit you in the face?
Much better than Dora the Explorer. When I look at Dora the Explorer's face, it makes me very sad because it's just so plain. It's staring at you like you're a dumbass. And that's what I think a lot of these kids' programs do. They stare back at you like you're a dumbass, and they're talking to a dumbass.
It's the culture industry.
CalArts aesthetic is a war on symbolic language, on our brains, on children, on everything.
Yes.
I mean, that's
by
sort
the
of
way,
like
Helios,
dumbed down to the most.
I used to go to school with Rebecca Sugar. We were in the same class at SVA.
Well, you should have taken the shot when you had the chance.
No, I am non-violent. I'm non-violent. I completely reject what you just said right now. But what an interesting thing though is that Rebecca, she's very talented. Like the way that she's able to illustrate. If you look at her thesis film, it's a really, really well-made film. I just think that she created an egregore around certain ideas that kind of created a life of its own, even away from whatever it is that
manifestations of the disease.
My favorite piece of art that she did was when she drew the orgy of Ed, and Eddie.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. I saw that artwork the first time it was done. I remember that.
Well, and this is where I don't know your guys' opinion on it, but to me, this is like the corruption of innocence. I mean, you take something childish and you fetishize it, you turn it into something gross. And I think it's that interpretation of the self of going, this was a time in my life that should have been innocent, that now I'm assigning some like grotesque sexual.
Steven Universe is a crime
Why do
on
you care
bullshit.
that? Like, why do you
I
let
guess
that
I don't
affect you
care,
so much?
but I think of like myself as a kid who was, I guess, insulated from some stuff for long enough, and going like, when that cuss happens, you hope that people are at the level in which it doesn't completely remix their brain into thinking something else. I can only go as far to say as when I have kids, I'll protect my own kids, and the law.
I think what he means is with the profaning of innocence is that he's worried. I mean, and I see it too, right? They are targeting. It looks like a kid show, but children. They're targeting children. Children are their target audience, and they want to implant these ideas in their subconscious mind, so that when the time comes, they never even have to be. They never question to say, okay, so let's just, as a topical thing, Black Lives Matter. They want to supplant these sort of Steven Universe is a fucking horrible show, and I hate it. It's trash. It's garbage. It shouldn't exist. And in it, Rebecca Sugar says that she created it, and this is her verbatim, with the intent to, play with the subject of gender in a format that children could understand. So why should that even be allowed? Why should children, why are children being subjected to the, evisceration of gender, and they're, playing with these concepts of masculinity, femininity, or neuter, or, devoid of any actual sexual, or it doesn't even have to be sexual. It's just natural humanity.
I have a question. Why is it so hard for the right to accept a difference between gender and sex? Because if the conversation needs or has utility from those things being different, why is there the resistance to just perpetually conflate them?
Gender doesn't exist. Gender is a creation of a Jewish psychologist from the 1950s. So the word gender wasn't even used up until, mid 20th century. So
Dr. Money.
Gender isn't real. Sex is only real. Yes, Dr. Money.
Right.
Sex is the only thing that exists.
Gender's a
I don't
construct.
care
It's a
if you
social
feel-
construct.
yeah, Gender isn't real. Gender doesn't exist. And to even say that it's a social construct is stupid, because it's nothing.
It's just a way of saying what you said.
Oh, I like the original.
Jules, I think to answer your
it's
question,
an accommodating way of saying what you said.
Well, Jules, to answer your question, I think it's because on the right, when you're viewing the nature of existence through a lens of being an essence and a form filling that essence, when you talk about the fluidity of gender, then you're sort of corrupting what is a very preset trans-historical truth about the nature of the masculine and feminine. But to sort of go along with this topic, I think that the corruption of culture, in my opinion, what Aiden and Helos is talking about, is very pertinent, because, again, I don't mean to shill, and I don't mean to sound like, whatever, but a long time ago, I wrote an article for Thermidor magazine about Bill Nye, how nostalgia, especially with millennials and Zoomers, are being weaponized towards certain political ends. Because when you get their hooks in when they're very young to follow an authority figure, to follow a pop culture industry sort of figurehead or idea, then you're later on in life, a lot of these, millennials who aren't exactly as cynical as the Zoomers are, they look at Bill Nye or they look at whoever and they say, well, if Bill Nye tells me that gender is fluid, that means it's equality, it's progress, and it's right. So I think that
Activate your MK Ultra programming now. Run
it's
BillNye.exe.
Bill Nye is an MK Ultra victim. But I think another thing
he's not an MK Ultra victim. He's an MK Ultra trigger. It's that he's talking about Bill Nye Saved the World. So he did this stupid, fucking, awful, terrible, horrible show. The nice thing that you can to just look at when you see these sorts of deracinating media is you just look at the aesthetics and just the way that the thing looks. It's immediately an affront to the eyes, an affront to your mind. So if you're the person that can just sit there and watch that, then it's perfect. It was made just for you. But if you're like me and you see that and you just immediately feel your entire soul just go, no.
Oh, that song they had on there was
everything about it was horrible.
Soul burn.
It was the worst. It was the most. I mean, it was so cheaply thrown together. It was clearly just not only a weaponization of nostalgia, as you said, but it was a monetization of it. So it was like, yeah, we know everybody's going to watch it because it's Bill Nye, so we're going to make money, but we're also going to take this opportunity to sort of activate these like sleeper cell, authority figures in your mind. So you're going to believe what Bill Nye is saying when he shows you this gender spectrum, because you already assume that he knows what he's talking about, even though in his original show, he talked about how chromosomes dictate sex. And Jules, you were saying earlier, that gender is a social construct. Okay, I'll give you that, but gender was constructed to be fluid. The guy that made it already had that quote unquote programmed into its structure to be able to play with the ideas of sex, because sex is not fluid. You are born either male or you are born female. There is no intersex. There is no other gender. There is no anything else. You're born either one or the other, or you're born horribly malformed, which the experiment that he underwent was he took a boy who was mutilated.
David Reimer.
Yes, David Reimer. He was mutilated at birth during circumcision, and they chopped his balls off, and they did gender reassignment surgery on him there in the hospital when he was a tiny baby, and he ended up killing himself. And so, like,
wait, not only just that though, he took photos of that kid with his brother naked and like doing like mock sexual acts,
simulated sex acts,
because it comes
reinforce.
From the Wilhelm Reich Freudo-Marxist school of infantile sexuality, and that you must quote unquote liberate yourself sexually, because that will defeat fascism within you. But anyways, sorry, I don't mean to sound like when we talk about the R word, I don't want to sound. I hope I'm not sounding like a snob. But another controversial take I have to address what Joe was saying. I believe too that that Basquiat has a genealogy and an expression and the concepts that Basquiat was trying to deal with as an African American person, reconnecting in this very postmodern way with like tribal traditional art. I think that's interesting if you look at it through that. Of course, people look at Basquiat or they look at Saitambi, they're like, oh, that's fucking terrible. A child could do that stuff. And maybe a child can do that stuff, but maybe a child can't do that stuff, as Robert Hughes, the art critic, said, because a child wouldn't have such a conceptual baggage attached to the drawings that children do, right? So I don't mean to sound like a snob, you know what I mean? I hope I'm not coming off that way. So
no. You are okay. Trust me. No, it's all good. I gotcha.
Yeah, and I'm curious to get kind of maybe a personal anecdote on this sex gender thing, because like for me, I didn't produce testosterone like right away in puberty. I needed help medically to get to like a healthy natural balance. There was a part of my teenhood where I could say I don't fucking get what it's like to be a guy. I didn't necessarily have some drives. I knew I was a boy because I had older brothers, and like I liked doing guy stuff. It was more socialized, manhood or boyhood. But once I was on the hormones, I felt like everything kicked in. It was very immediate. I could easily see the difference between when it wasn't on and when it was on. And I was like, oh, okay, that's what I'm supposed to feel like. I felt awesome. It was like I didn't feel depressive and anxious and whatever else, because there was this thing missing. And I wonder if in the scheme of things, this has become such like a socialized, politicized thing. And I wonder if just in like there's medical reasons behind things. And that's why, again, I worry about children. I worry about children specifically, because I go, okay, I was 14 or 15 when this is going on, 16 almost. So what happens when I'm 12 and I'm like, I'm not like the others. There could be a doctor out there today.
Chop his dick off right now.
Yeah. It's like oh, this is because he, in his brain, he's actually different. And I'm like, no, I just had too much estrogen and too little testosterone.
If you don't mind me asking,
well, Aiden, maybe you could be a beautiful woman right now if things are different.
Shut up, Gio.
Yeah. And honestly, why not? That could have been the path. But then again, it goes into, do you have a fundamental resistance to going, you know what, I thought this is what I was supposed to do, but now that I'm here, I'm not feeling the way that I am. I think you should be able to have fun and express yourself however you want. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to the impressionable, the children, and then the general public who isn't necessarily as informed every day on what's happening, it's scary to talk to a doctor who has ideas. It's scary to talk to a doctor who thinks you're abusing your child by not making these decisions. I mean, like this
in
is
Canada, they could take your children away where I live.
I have a question.
Sure.
How, if you don't mind me asking, how old was your mother when she gave birth to you?
I'm the last one, and she was 30 or so.
That's it? Interesting.
Yeah.
Give me a little bit of time.
32.
It's about to wrap up. Get up. Get up.
I think 32.
Get up.
Yeah.
Nice to meet Mrs. Helios Logos, or whoever that is.
Whomever.
Well, there was an article about how there was a 1,500% documented rise in gender dysphoria by girls 13 to 17 years old in Sweden.
Well, and they're experimenting heavily with the socialized gender expression stuff. And
if you give me 10 minutes, I'll wrap it up.
Yeah. And I have no problem with.
I will be done.
I'm gonna take this opportunity to ask everybody to subscribe. Helios, thank you.
Join our Discord.
Yes.
We're going to start talking about Gio's art. That could be our first subject for discussion. We can look at Gio's art and some of his essays, and anybody else that wants to contribute. We're going to be building
and
that
go to our
up.
Patreon, patreon.com/11joules. The link is right on the bottom. Click that, become our patrons, just like the Medicis did for all those Renaissance people. Because we're
loving the Helios tactical spanking on stream right now.
Yeah, do you like that? You like that?
A real
there's
Mr. Medic
for everyone that calls me an incel, you fucks.
Oh wow.
Association by bad category, my friend.
Indeed.
All right, so let's see.
And by the way, speaking of incel, I just want to get this off my chest, okay? Listen, you're going to make a movie about incels. Have actual incels that have never had sex.
Dude, that whole fucking thing was bullshit. Fuck that stupid documentary.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
It was fucking horrible. I hated it.
I only would have watched it for Camp Out, but I didn't watch it.
No, it was so bad, dude.
Who was your favorite character?
Joker was terrible.
Who was your favorite character
Joker
on the,
was so
on the
bad.
incel movie?
Nobody. I hated it. Was terrible.
I got to look out for my fellow cowboys. I kind of like the cowboy. He was okay.
Oh, are you talking about Kyle? I mean, Kyle was probably the least hateable of them all, but those two fucking freak brothers, Viddy Malchik and the other guy, dude, they how do you live like that? Oh my god.
If you want Incel the movie, watch Indie Games the movie. That's the real Incel movie. Great. That's the power of Incel right there. They can make games that change the fucking world right there.
If Alex Lee Moyer wants to make a part 2, I'm of course always available as an
Gio,
Incel
stop. Stop it. Stop signing yourself up for this crap.
You
gotta have some self-respect, son. Jesus, you don't want to be portrayed as the new fucking disgusting cant bot.
I just love when he yells at journalists in the street and they think he's a Nazi. It's very funny.
But then he's actually like a closeted Trotskyite Jew. Yeah.
What's amazing about the Kantbot thing is you remember during the election with the raising Thule meme, and he was like,
yeah, that's what we're talking. That's what he's talking
complete
about.
The system.
Okay, but this is amazing.
Of German idealism.
Go on YouTube sometime and look up that without all of the music laid over the top of it, it completely changes the spirit of it, and there's nothing cool about it once you actually just
the dramatic rising background music. He's just like, I believe in raising the war. I believe in completing the Marxist ideology.
Once you remove the music and the visuals, it's just done for. It's a bad
Just
look.
autistic rambling, basically.
It's like everybody in the
Even
street
if
thought
I
he was like
enjoy
some
that.
crazy homeless person, and guess what? He was a crazy homeless person. Campbot is a crazy homeless person. Your favorite Twitter.
I don't know. I like Cantbot. I mean,
I think he had good
even
takes on-
without the music, it was pretty good. It got me to look at a lot of philosophers I haven't looked at before. I don't know. My personal opinion is he has a sense of playfulness about the way that he says it. So I don't know.
Yeah. No, obviously he was trolling, but it's still kind of weird.
Yeah, I just recorded an episode of Tech Wars. No, that's you. That's it. I don't listen. I don't want to cause any controversy, but
Tech Wars. You know, he asked me to come on there and on Tech Wars, and I said okay, fine. And
no, this is the one with Warren. This is the one without. Campbot has his own thing now.
Right. This was like 6 months ago or something.
Oh, when he was
before, and he asked me to come on, and then I was like okay. And then when the time came, I was like, all right, Campbot, I'm ready. Campbot. And he just didn't respond to me. And I was like, okay.
He's probably just has a lot of moving pieces over there. Like, he was having trouble at the end. You know, that's why he lost the Tech Wars and then did his solo thing. I imagine.
Pseudodoxia or whatever. Yeah. I mean, obviously there is a world outside of Twitter, and some of us are, you know, more involved with it than others and know more things about like people on the other side. And obviously Campbot's had like a hard time, and it's pretty obvious from the feel when no GF thing that he's had a hard life. And so jokes aside, the dude is like really gotten the shit end of the stick when it comes to, I mean, I'm not joking when I said he was homeless. That shouldn't necessarily be a slight on him, but you know, like he really did have times. So I get it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the sort of the bleak, horrible outlook that entire movie had, and it was just very depressing. And it was not. If it was me and I was someone who was in that situation, like those guys, those two brothers, I couldn't in good conscience or even feel proud of myself to show this horrible environment that I'm like living in. Like, have some pride. Clean your fucking house, dude. Like, holy shit.
That's the problem of the irony age, my friend.
I mean, and I'm not like Jordan Peterson
in a way where they have to showcase themselves.
Jordan Peterson was just on a podcast today.
Trophies.
This is insane. FOD, Jordan Peterson, we reactivated him from talking about Wendigo psychosis. He literally came back.
Do not look it up. Do not look.
I have
Jordan.
No, but it's
Jordan
true.
Peterson rebooted.
He was in a
Is he off the pills?
Yeah, he's clean now. He's been good for about 2 weeks.
They fed him some
punished Peterson. He's back.
They didn't
baby.
reprogram him, right? They didn't reprogram him while he was away. He's not going to do like a Glenn Beck kind of thing, right?
No, I heard what they did is that they're using him to like frighten Snowden into giving up more information to the Russian government. So like they're actually when he goes into Wendigo mode, they put him in a cell with Snowden, and then Putin's like unleashes him like a dog, like he did on Angela Merkel.
You fucking kidding me?
But my take, like in all seriousness, we're talking about it. I view That Feel When No GF more as, for example, a character piece. A lot of these like indie films in North America that highlight life in post-industrial wastelands. That's what I view it more of that instead of like a legit documentary. I still respect Campbot. I still think he has a lot of interesting things to say. He certainly has been a long time mutual. But you're right. I think the problem is that there is this focus on lament in a lot of our online spheres. There's this focus on not vitalism or power, but rather the wallowing. And I'm no I'm no prized pig myself. Let's put it out there. I mean, people have seen me on camera. But I think it's true. I think the Bronze Age pervert critique of that film is apt in that it's just wallowing in misery. It's not focusing on to improve oneself, to make one's life a work of art. I think that's important, and
Sean was the only one lifting weights in that movie. What a missed opportunity for all these other people in there, that they, instead of being nasty losers that are just like they didn't
but I don't think they're
favors.
losers though. I think it's a performative sort of thing, because a lot of them do have girlfriends.
It's performative to like have your house look like one of those hideous rooms that people post.
If you read Campbell's postmortem,
that may have been that may have been true, but
Campbell put out a good postmortem of it. I feel like it's the most honest critique of the movie, just from him being in the middle of it. Like, the sad part is there's a lot of hope, like that this was actually going to be something really interesting and was going to come out and possibly help them out in their living situations or anything, and it really didn't end up that way. So it is kind of, it's like,
how did they expect it? How did they expect it to turn out? Why would they think that anything other than being labeled as the most hated individual class in the United States right now? Everybody fucking hates incels. They really think that showing themselves to be these miserable, groveling pieces of shit was going to bring public sympathy to them. No, they're just going to point down at them and say, look at these fucking incels. Look at these disgusting human beings. Look at how they live. They live like pigs. They look like pigs. They act like pigs. They are pigs. And we are right to hate these people. No girl would ever want to fuck you. Look at you. You can't even clean your fucking room.
Yeah, it was going to be
sounds like you, bro.
From the start.
Who's saying that? That sounds like you.
A freak show expedition. Yeah. That's what it was going to be.
What sounds like me?
Well,
but everything is kind of already.
It's kind of easy to hate on things, right? A lot of people find it easier to bond with people, like especially strangers, over things they both hate as opposed to things they both like. Especially for men, the older they get, because bonding over things you all like starts to feel gay for a lot of guys. So they much rather bond over things
like you,
they
bro.
hate.
Guys.
Listen. I'm joking, but listen, what I'm saying is they portrayed themselves in a negative light. So what did they expect the public opinion to be? What did they expect people to do? People already don't like incels as a concept. People already have negative connotations towards them. So what do? You just perpetuate society's negative connotations of you. Why are you surprised that they react negatively? Like, what? Oh, big duh, dude. Like, fucking, this is obviously what they thought incels were already. So you just gave them fodder for their canon hate against incels. If you wanted them to think that, it didn't humanize them at all. It further dehumanized them. It just showed them that all your preconceptions of what an incel was true. These fat neckbeard losers, weird dudes that have an obsession with guns and violence, and people that post about wanting to beat up women online. I mean, what did it subvert? What narrative did it subvert? What did it show that was not already known incel activity? It didn't show anything. It only showed people what they already assumed incels did. So in that way, it didn't do them any service. And I don't know why they thought it would. If they were just thinking, well, I'm just like showing how I really am. I thought that we already knew that you didn't act like yourself around girls. That was the way, come on, dude. I thought that was fucking whatever 101.
No, but don't you feel that
some girl comes to you and is like, hey, I want to make an incel documentary. Do you know what you fucking say to these journalists? You say, fuck off. That's what you say.
Well, yeah,
you say, get the fuck out of my DM, bitch.
It's bad object sack, yeah. But don't you feel that they tried to sort of...
It seems to have done well for Conpod,
I don't know if it has.
Honestly, trusted the woman.
Why not? I mean, he's getting other. According to Twitter, he's getting more emails from industry professionals. He's more mainstream.
I mean,
I wish harder to cancel.
I wish all the best for him, but I don't know. It's a difficult
whenever
situation.
You get more exposure, you get more haters. Like, if your gauge for how well someone's doing is how many people are bitching about them, your metric is off.
You know,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
the
think
thing
you
is, what I would say is that
understand what I'm trying to say.
no, but at the end, I think that they tried to sort of break kayfabe by saying that Charles and his friend have a GF and all that, but it wasn't explicit the transformation. In other words,
the happy music in the background of the movie as the montage plays. Charles now has a woman in his life. Ba, 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 ba. You know, like, come on.
Was the true goal of that stuff. That's what I don't understand about any of this. They psychologically trap themselves in a position where basically what Helios said was the fact that they could have shown the world that they are not to be tampered with, but instead they positioned themselves in a way that fucked themselves over, and that's what basically allowed people to make fun of them for the rest of their lives. And instead of trying to prove, not to people, but I think just prove to themselves that they can move forward in an environment that they created, we just kind of faltered and just kind of, subsided into goo, protoplasmic goo, people.
It's a self-fulfilling archetype. Yeah, it's
exactly. So
Kempa loves and looks up to philosophers who lived in their own stink, and
exactly. He loves people that hated themselves.
Yeah, because it's like there's an idea that if you dedicate so much to your intellectual sphere, it's privy to not take any control or advantage of your physical sphere. It's all about the intellectual brain drain and anything. So it's just it's that. I'm not surprised it was that way. All I can say is I almost feel bad because maybe they I would be hard pressed to say they wouldn't see this coming, but they put a lot of trust in the woman who made the documentary that this would make them look good.
Incels,
yeah, but that's a LARP though. You have to become
a woman.
That by definition, because when you start LARPing, that's when
I don't think they wanted to look any better than they did in the documentary.
Yeah, right.
But then, I mean, Jesus. Then they got what they wanted. They showed themselves to be the gross people that they really were, and then congratulations.
Well, wasn't it because of allegedly didn't Alex Lee Moyer have sex with a few people who were in the movie?
That's the rumor.
Were they really incels?
I just don't even want to entertain that. It's just
now.
Where did that come from?
I said allegedly. I mean, because Helio said why would they do it if they if it
that
was
is so.
Let's be real, dude. Let's be real. They were all bottoming out in her, dude.
That is so bogus.
No, here's the deal. She would.
The movie was not made by Riley Reid.
None of those guys got any of it. Are you kidding me? Look at them.
Yeah, probably.
Gross.
I want to believe.
I mean,
we added to the meme sphere. It's it's now a meme. It will possibly exist forever. That movie, whether we like it or not, it may be referenced 50 years from now. And I think they knew full well going into it that that it may have been easy to be part of.
So and then here's the thing that I can say that's positive. You show people this movie.
You're wrong about that because of the fact that I think that saying that it will be a meme for the future or it will be shown in the history books of sorts, I think that's a lie because the internet ended in 1999, and some people think that the internet ended on 2001. So I don't know how any of this stuff will be culturally respectable enough to be shown to future generations. It's going to be there, but I don't know if it's going to be shown in a way that would teach some sort of message, honestly.
I think that the way that it's going to be shown is people like us are going to show people and going to be like, hey, dude, this is what you don't want to fucking look like. This is who you don't want to be. You look at this. Do you want your life to look like this? No. Be better than that. Raise yourself up. Work out. Do things that are going to better you mentally and physically. Don't fucking wallow in some gay little fucking, I mean, it's it's sadist. It's almost masochistic the way that they portray themselves as these pitiful writhing worms, writhing in their own filth. Oh, I'm so horrible. Look at me. I can't even bring myself to pick up this garbage that's all over my desk and throw it away. I can't bring myself to live a structured life because whatever their complaint or reason is that they can't rise above their base material desires. There is no, like, be a man and take control of your own life. Just do it. And there is no expectation on society to help you. Society doesn't fucking care. Society is evolution. Society is rampant capitalism. So you either harness the reins of society or it's going to fucking trample roughshod over your fucking head, and nobody should give a shit because you let it happen. They didn't have to do that. That was their own choice. They're showing their own choices and the consequences of their choices. It doesn't matter what, if they thought that was going to help. Obviously their true intentions and their true nature shines through the medium and shows the people that they really are. And it didn't need any negative editing to, make them look bad. They looked bad already. They looked bad by nature of the way that they presented themselves.
Helios, you sound like my dad a little bit, but if you were a negotiator faced with someone who was going to commit suicide, would you talk to that person the same way, or would you try to talk them down for their own self-preservation?
Would I talk them?
I think as a self-preservationist, like if you're talking to your child when they're young, that's a great way to discuss the feeling with no girlfriend. But for people that might want to be a preacher, right? That someone that might want to be a social healer, someone that might look at people that others dismiss as lost causes and go, actually, I think there's room for transformation in a positive way.
I don't think that any of them are necessarily lost causes.
That are commonly seen as too far gone.
They need to take responsibility for their own actions. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that they need to decide that they are better than this garbage, than the way that they are treating themselves. They've already decided that they're incels. Obviously, they put themselves in the fucking incel movie. They decided that that's how they wanted to be remembered. They wanted to be remembered as men that society despised. That's a subconscious or conscious choice that they've made. And bam, look, self-fulfilling prophecy.
But they had girlfriends at the end of the movie. They got their guns back, and now it's like a modern philosophy. I don't completely. I didn't like the movie that much either. I thought it was super boring. But to say that it completely ended poorly for all of them, like two of those guys, they got their confiscated guns back. They got girlfriends at the end. Compot's a famous modern philosopher now. He's
I wouldn't.
I mean,
that's a bit too much. I was gonna.
Let's zoom out.
What is a C-list?
I don't know.
What is a incel? It's like I don't think it comes down to girlfriend or sex or anything. It's more just a way of being. And it's in some way, it's like I feel like on the right there's a side of it which is like you need to build yourself up into this big old man who's going to have power in the world and like be able to attract women, while there's the other side which is incel, which is like a self-hate and like you get into the process of rejecting women because of your own rejection of self. And whatever it is, it's like it's not necessarily one or the other. It's like I feel like the truth is always in the extreme. It's like it's just be happy with yourself. It's like if you're generally happy with yourself, it doesn't really matter what you are. You just work to get to wherever that is, and generally all the other things fall in line.
That's why I'm saying that they are self-defeatist. They presuppose their conclusion. None of those guys are lost causes, and I believe that the only way to maybe snap them out of it would be to, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have
a little tough love.
But you need to bully them or something.
What I was going to say, I think
out of it.
That's where Jules talking about like you sounding like his dad is like. I think it's the other side of the right is like, no, we know the way. Like they're gonna make statues of you because you're gonna be such a powerful man. Like come lift weights with us. I think it's a good solution. It sure is. It's a great.
There's probably gonna be a statue of Serpent Mound eventually. I look forward to the day when Serpent Mound has his own statue.
No, but Helios, I think.
But it's not necessarily. It's like the truth is more towards the middle, and sometimes pulling people into the other extreme.
Guys, I don't know why you're talking about statues. We don't need to make any more of those. They love fucking.
Yeah, we're tearing them down. That's
no, but Aiden,
statues to replace the old ones. Why not?
No, but Aiden, I think that's a great point.
On Twitter. Great. Yeah, he loved to fish. Look at him. This is him holding this fucking 3-foot catfish. Look at how happy he looks. this is the man you should aspire to be. I mean,
living the Dharma.
So here, live your Dharma. Like, so listen, I understand, and I have pity for these guys, obviously, and that pity is voiced by rage. A lot of
the vicious,
because they don't understand that what they're doing wrong is their outlook on life. They are resigning themselves to this fate, but it doesn't have to be that way. They don't have to be gross and nasty, but they're portraying themselves to the world the way that they see themselves, of course, because the way that you act and the way that you present yourself is the way that you view yourself. So if you view yourself as a gross incel, everybody's going to see you as a gross incel, and you're going to become a gross incel. If you see yourself as a, someone with purpose, so it's this sort of like post-industrial nihilistic society that creates these guys that have no place. They are ships adrift in the ocean that they don't have anything to tether themselves to. So I mean, yeah, the right wing has this sort of conclave online that they form these communities that apparently society is severely lacking in, because you get kids like this that are just, the ground up fucking junk meat from the carcass of Western civilization that nobody fucking wants, that aren't even good enough to make hot dogs out of.
But that's a criticism of the film I feel is valid, in that they didn't highlight the fact that the modern world itself produces the incel. The discourses within society produce the incel. But what you and Aiden were saying, I agree with. The one thing I would push back is that I don't necessarily agree with the vicious sort of not even critiquing, but just the sort of making fun of people's appearances. I think, but Campbot, he sort of fuels it because of his irony posting and the way he pushes back at BAPS people. But I just don't agree that you need to insult people's appearance. Maybe because I'm, defending a fellow, let's say portly person. Like, but whatever.
Your
right?
physical appearance is
but
the appearance of your soul in this reality. That is how you appear to us. Your physical appearance is your face when you are born. It's the imprint of your soul in flesh.
Let me settle this once and for all. One second here. Okay. When you associate humanistic efforts on an online network, they are all null and void. Once you log into an information network, you basically replace all of your humanity behind, and you are one with the network. You are not one of humankind anymore. While I agree it's important to maintain a really good physique and to have absolutely utmost perfect health, I'm a big proponent of that. Once you log into an information network, all ties are broken. You are not the self that you were once were. You are the spirit, and the spirit will guide you through the network.
Yes, exactly. But this is exactly. And I think the critique really with a lot of the irony posters is that the more authentic critique would be that when you present yourself in a certain way of through detachment and through almost a nihilistic apathy and sort of a lot of these sort of things, I think that's a much more effective critique of someone and what they produce than just saying you're fucking fat, fucking ugly, and all this stuff. I think
the only way that somebody online, because based on my posting history, everybody knows that I have high functioning autism, and I have no problem. No problem. That's the way that I am. That's the way that I learned this language. That's the way that I communicate with people. My words might be scrambled, but in the way that I talk, I constantly get some form of critique from people. I don't give a shit. The point is that the only way to actually critique somebody through a TCP/IP protocol is to sense what they actually know about being online. Are they part of the Jilted generation? Are they part of the 3ET generation? Are they the same people that they were on Newgrounds? They play Flash games. That's the only way to truly critique somebody, if they are part of the old environment, the old youth environment.
I looked up, by the way, I looked up autistic pride flag because I was wondering, like, there's all these flags. Is there an autistic pride flag? And there is.
Pieces.
No, it's like an infinity loop. I just uploaded right now. The people on the stream will see it. But it's 3 colors, red, like a really bright red, green, and blue, and a white infinity symbol in the center. So I know it's kind of a weird design. But we have people like, for example, Socrates, who, you know, he had a pretty, you know, not a very nice looking face, right? But at the same time, he was like a general, right? Like he participated in warfare, he kept his body healthy. So I think that no matter what cards are dealt, it would be good, I think, for all of us to empower each other to whatever health state we happen to be in to get better. I mean,
yeah, and it's also like there doesn't need to be the impression of someone's totality, their reflection of all self as like virtuous and everything. You know, it's like you could take from people the good and separate the bad. We wouldn't be asking camp out publicly in the town square for fitness advice, but maybe we would want to know about some philosophies that have worked into the world and created kind of modern society in general. Maybe
we all know, and we aware that Campbell is fat. We're all aware of that, but the point is that when he puts himself in a position on the internet, we cannot control or delete him. We have to hear what he has to say, and the only way that we can truly critique him is through his spiritual words. Obviously, we can critique him for his physique, but he's not part of that. He's not part of that generation. He denies it, so he's creating a barrier. So you can't really go past that barrier. You cannot.
Exactly. It's his response, I think, to the criticism.
There is no cyber intrusion for him in that category.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. I think you should be able to, like, it's in the same argument of you see a lot on the left, which is that if you disagree with any small difference in someone else, you suddenly have to hate them, you have to judge them in every way, when especially what showed through the internet is you could become friends, you can relate to someone over just one simple intellectual topic. You don't have to know who they are, you don't need their name, you don't need to know what they look like. And I think like that should be more represented here in the dialogue, because I see a lot of infighting, honestly, from like this kind of thing, of, especially like in aesthetics and everything. I think there's fair arguments, but at the end of the day, like, let's get these ideas out and everything. And then the real question is, does it count as losing your virginity if it's in VR?
No.
No, but Aiden, that's exactly a great point. Yeah. But I think
that is a great segue, because of the fact that I think that, and I really didn't get to speak on this in the beginning, where we had Peter in his attire, in his animatron attire. I was laughing. I was pretty much laughing my ass off, because it was funny in the way that he put himself on the chat here. But besides the point, is that I do not think that any sort of sexual attraction or interaction should be on the internet. The internet is an ethereal. It is it is a heavenly sphere. I don't think that there should be any sort of genuine sexual desire online.
Right. Would you have sex in heaven? I don't think so. You're part of the monad then. So what FODCorp says is once you join the internet, you are a part of the monad, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So you leave behind the tethers of the material body, but that doesn't mean that your body goes away.
You leave behind carnal desires, and you move towards a place where you can basically do some sort of network convergence,
But that's the thing. Ever with desire, you only know the manifestations, right? To quote the Tao Te Ching. And that's the thing. I think the idea that the internet is a desire-producing machine is obviously an attractive one, but at the same time, there's tends to be this reality that the internet just becomes a conveyor belt for soma. It just becomes a conveyor belt for a de-eroticized pleasure seeking. And I think that's what we have to avoid. I think the visionaries of the internet will be people who can deny this within themselves. But yeah, I mean, this is, yeah.
It's like getting a lot of sugar all at once, where whenever you eat a regular fruit, it doesn't become as delicious. Same thing with pornography.
You're talking about serotonin and dopamine feedback loops.
Definitely.
Yeah, exactly.
In Web 3.0, emojis will
become
kill
less delicious
emojis will kill
when you
in Web
hunger
3.0.
variety.
In Web 3.0, Fucking
Yeah,
log,
Web
I will
3.0
log a hole right through your corporeal form,
Yes.
bitch.
Like existence, yeah.
In Web 3.0, Discord emojis will have sound with nitro. You'll be able to like spam emojis that psychically attack people.
In Web 3.0, grooming will be real.
In Web 3.0, Catboys will be real. Then Nick Fuentes can live his dream. So
For the Kaliak people that are watching this, can we get a physiognomy check on that furry? I want to know if he's a groomer.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh come on.
Oh
God. No, he's a good guy. Listen, I'm so happy that he came on.
I think I'm
he didn't
probably
have
the only groomer. I'm the only groomer here, probably.
Oh.
Well, Jules is a former.
Well, Jules is on stream defending.
Lev is my
Can we
living.
get a
living proof
physiology
here.
check
I'm
on
just
Jules,
kidding.
please?
By the way, for those...
Jules is known for defending abolishing the age of consent. So
I do want to talk about I do want to talk about something VR related and AI related. So as you guys know, Kaliak is expanding beyond Twitter. We're currently in VR chat, and I'm not
Speaking
sure
of
if you
grooming.
saw. Yeah, on my Twitter, I posted a clip of people. We've opened a pleasure club, and we've been extracting bitcoins from gooners. That's one of our projects. Another project is we've been hiring people of every ethnicity on Fiverr, and we've been putting their faces through machine learning to identify to make a physiognomy AI. So these are the two projects to look forward to.
Oh my God! The Landian apocalypse. Kaliak's trying to destroy groomer.
Remember that company that was like, we can accurately predict people's human behavior from like one photo of their face? I mean,
see, that's where
real.
you don't understand, where I say that the face is the physical manifestation of your soul, and your soul is going to be the outpouring of whatever your essence is. So yes, you can know who someone is just by looking at your face, and that's what you lose in VR chat. You lose what that guy said, Peter. He said that you're able to understand more things in VR chat, but you're losing this soul-to-soul connection when you're looking someone in the eyes, in their real eyes, not some fucking fur fag avatar's eyes. It's not ever going to be equivalent.
I want to add two things real quick.
Scientific studies that talk
Can
about
you
how
enable
the
screen
facial
sharing, by the way, Lev, for a second?
Sure. So I want to add two things real quick. Number one, Gio, you have a very beautiful face. Like, I've seen your face. You are the Med Bull. You have a very beautiful face.
Think I'm.
Yeah,
some people, this one person in particular, he's from Finland, but that's all I'll say. He's like, I unfollow you because you're fat. I go, well, you follow Campa. He's like, no, because you're fucking ugly compared to Campa.
No, that is bullshit. That is complete bullshit.
No, but it's true. What Helos was saying, there's even scientific studies that predict behavior and personality based on facial features. So, was that the meme of the two?
I was throwing back to your Nick Land insert there.
Oh, there. I should actually do a drawing of those two, the power couple.
Yes, please.
That would be.
And you still got to send me the drawing that we talked about.
Yeah, I have to scan those the prints of my my series of woes.
And is that service available for other people too? Like for the people who are watching right now in the chat, if they want to buy one of your works of art, what's the easiest way to do that?
Just DM me right now, but I'm working on getting a website to sell directly because I don't want to give my money to like Etsy or wherever. And I have a PayPal, so if you just DM me with something.
Make sure you follow Luke Smith's excellent tutorials on making a website. I'm shouting out my boy Luke Smith. Go watch his videos on putting up your own website. Go do it. Everybody needs to have cyber property. We need to stop being serfs. We need to stop working on other people.
I second that 100%, and I second the fact that basically, to close it down, the digital form is different than the material crafts that we all know, and no one's outside of this collective intelligence. And the other people that do want to help us, they learn. And the net is, the net itself is an omni-dimensional being. Doesn't require as much practice and experience that you would learn with something like woodworking or metalworking or woodworking, because I think that wordsmithing and woodsmithing is actually in the same light because you're still using a language. But I think the web and the net is a design, and if you can design one thing on the internet, I think you can truly design everything. You have a reference for that.
That's great. Yeah.
I'm gonna use this opportunity to say my last words because I need to head out. But I'll say, follow if you guys aren't already. Follow Cowboy, Fodcorp, Helios. They're all great people. Follow Roblox_WarGod and follow me on my SoundCloud, which is the same thing as my Twitter handle. So thank you very much for hosting me tonight. Sorry I didn't have.
Thank you for being here, Bane.
Peace.
See you,
Thank
man.
you for being here. All right. Have a nice night, guys.
You too. And Helios.
Follow Sonia Coffee, Sonia_Coffee on Twitter. That's all I have to say.
That sounds
Yeah,
good.
I'll elaborate on that, but it's really important that you follow. It's really important that you follow Helios's advice. It could actually save your life. The bitmap death runes have been unleashed into the internet, and they are killing millions by the day.
They're the predecessors to the Discord death emojis.
Helios, by the way, we are definitely going to do an Anprim versus Transhumanist Part 2. That is definitely coming. I don't know if Gennadi's going to be able to come on. We'll see. But we definitely want to get Ben Zion on, who, as we mentioned before, cloned his own meat.
Punished.
Yeah. Get Ben Zion, and you have to get fucking what's his name on there too?
Gennadi?
No, Nick Land.
Oh,
that'd be amazing.
Yeah. Why not? Let's definitely go for it. And another thing, by the way, I would love to have you on an episode where we talk more about Satanism.
Cool. Are you sure you want that?
I do. There's a lot of things I wanted to ask.
Do you see
that.
the ire I have for incels? Just imagine what I have for Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was stalked by Satanists for a couple months. If you want to hear that story, but
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I'm realizing it's been like 4 hours. I'm gonna sign out. It's been really fun to talk. I mean, I don't get to explore this side of my thought space very often, so it was fun to come on here and talk to you guys.
Definitely. I think we're pretty much we're saying our last words. Aiden, do you have any last thing to add as far as your encapsulation of the experience today?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun. That's all I could say. I'm not really thinking too much about anything. I'm ready to maybe go eat.
That's good advice. Same here. I'm probably going to go eat after this as well. Aiden, thank you so much for coming on.
If you want more Helios, I have a YouTube channel. So just Google or in the YouTube search bar, type in Helios NPC, and it should pull up. And I have 30 episodes of my old podcast with some people on Twitter. There's an episode on there with Nick Fuentes and some other, I wouldn't say they're prominent, but just people on Twitter. If you know Berzoy, he's on there. I've got Titus, random people from across the Twitter scene.
Nice. I like the thumbnails.
I haven't done any live streaming for a long time, so yeah, this was fun for me to sort of do it again.
Thanks, man. It was great to have you on. And also, I would love to have Graham Hancock or Rupert Sheldrake come on. Rupert Sheldrake came to the National Arts Club. I'm the chair of the National Arts Club's Art and Technology Committee in Gramercy Park, for those who are not aware. And we bring in a lot of these very interesting outsider thinkers there. So I would love to bring him into a lot of this world as well, which I think he's not really in. It's still a separate thing. But I think it would be interesting for the two of you to talk.
Well, we'll see.
We'll see indeed. So, Jill, any last words?
Internet.
Yeah. I guess one really, I think really at the end of the day, like it or not, we are going towards a cyber future. So get ready. That's it. That's it. Just start accepting it now. Get ready and prepare for the best. Start working on your mind powers. You know, fuck the body, fuck the gym. Start practicing your psychic, mental, cyber ability. Get really good at it, and then so when the time comes, you'll be way ahead of the game.
Well, that's why I'm doing the Wim
second
Hof
foundation.
method.
I can't breathe.
Great sign off.
And, okay, so then we have Aryan Cowboy, and then we have Geo, and then we have Fat Corp to take us away.
All right. So I disagree. I think you need to train your body and your mind because they're the same fucking thing. Go outside. The only way to prepare for cyber bardo is to start mapping out all the technology in your area, all the power boxes, all the fucking power lines, everything that's powered. Everything that's powered by electricity, everything that's connected to the internet, map it all out because when it happens, you need to be fucking ready.
Yeah,
Let's
I saw
go.
this.
Oh,
I saw
boy.
this. I remember.
This is a Doomsday Prepper episode, isn't it?
That's a good ass
No,
thread. If anyone,
I'm not
seen
prepping
it.
for Doomsday. I'm prepping for something else, but I can't tell you about that yet.
Is it the hashtag in your bio, in your Twitter bio?
Just wait and see.
Just wait. Sounds very ominous, like a terrorist attack. Just wait. We'll see. You'll understand.
Geo, go for it.
I don't know what to say. It's like after a while, it's been great meeting all of you, and I think that in some ways you can sort of black pill yourself and face to bloodshed to the point where about contemplating how little control everyone has over these forces. But if you are to have almost a stoic mindset or a cynic, by which I refer to the classic cynics, of having a sort of ability to control your own self and the cultivation of your own life as a work of art, I think that is going to be more beneficial. But of course, the allure and the addiction to constantly black pill over the things we cannot control is a tempting one. And I do this every day on Twitter, unfortunately, and I'm trying to stop myself. But I think that going forward, whatever happens, there will always be people that we can sort of push back at a lot of what's happening. And even if they punish us and crush us like bugs, we'll still have the dark corners and dark forests of the internet to inhabit if they sort of clamp down on all of us. So who knows, right?
Definitely.
Maybe we'll go back to carrier pigeons. So.
I love you talking about carrier pigeons. Wait, define, by the way, what carrier pigeons are for people who are not aware.
Oh, yeah, well, me and my old man used to actually have a bunch of pigeons, but a carrier pigeon in the internet is like when you have an e-celebrity, like a certain person who has a certain stream, a certain kill stream. When you get to a certain point and you have what they call a carrier pigeon, where you can't be seen sending messages to certain unsavory people, so you have to have a medium, you have to have a capo, that's someone that goes in between to send the message out to the lowly prole, to the little people, because you can't be seen talking to little people, right? So an e-celeb has their carrier pigeons. Everyone's got their carrier pigeons. So there you go.
Wow.
That sounds less effective than smoke signals.
And before we get to Fad Corp, I just want to say for the 39 people who are watching, I am a broken record. You already know that. For those who have not subscribed right now, please subscribe. Please help us out. You're going to help us grow and achieve greatness in the sphere, and I am incredibly grateful for everything that's been going on, for all the chaos and all the peace, everything. It's all good. I love it. And this brings me to one last thing that I'm going to say before Fad Corp, which is we are going to have Free for All Friday coming up this Friday. And we've got a lot of very interesting people on. We have for Friday, here, I'm going to tell you exactly who. Alex Schaefer, Jared James, White Samurai, Hero Alchemy, Vito Gesualdi, MK Ultra JC Denton, and possibly Darth Archon the Undying, and possibly Peter Coffin. And Geo, please come if you're able to. Same thing with Aiden, same thing with Jill. Fad Corp, please come in.
Dude.
And it's going to be a lot of fun. I look forward to it. 6 p.m. Eastern, Free for All Friday. I'm very excited about that. And I'm also planning a stream possibly on Tuesday about women. So that's going to be very interesting.
Oh,
perfect.
And after you guys subscribe, please join our Discord. We're going to be shilling everyone's work there. We're going to be having deeper conversations, and we'll continue. We have these Zoom chats which disappear after every stream. We could keep them. We could memorialize them in our Discord. It'd be a great space for that.
I definitely, I couldn't agree more. Oh, and also on Thursday the 9th, we're going to have Alexander Bard. For people who are familiar with him, he's very popular in Sweden.
Oh,
yeah, we're going to have him on. So please, guys, come on the second half if you're interested. I think it's going to be a really cool show. So anyway, let's go to FOTCorp. Take us out.
FOTCorp.
Thank you guys, and the Wireheads truly want us dead, period. It's our duty as network denizens to revive and restore the Netcom society to its former glory. Rejoice in the past to create a better future, healthy habits, good attitudes, by using machine from memory data.
Sounds beautiful.
Perfect. Amen.
All right, take care.
Amen.
Subscribe, patreon.com/loveandjules. I'm going to have that slide out right now. For those who want to help us out that way,
Discord.
Please do. Discord. We're going to do
Discord
the Discord
first. Patreon, we have updates coming for. So
yes,
that's when we'll push you there.
Yes. All right, guys, take care.